Hi there, good evening. It's Saturday, it's 7:30, and you know what that means? It is time for the finals night here at the MODUS Super Series. Week 8 has been great. Chris Mason has been alongside me, Chris Murphy, watching the action. It's been fabulous stuff, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think on Monday we maybe took it for granted, thinking that Luke Littler was going to just blast through the field, but Andy Barton's had other ideas.
Yeah, well, we're going to start there, actually, looking at Group A, played on Monday to Wednesday. And as May said, Littler was the favourite to win the group, but Barton's 6 points clear.
Yes, and defeated Luke a good few times en route to being 6 points clear, and was the right winner for me, the best player over the course of 3 days. Both Luke Littler and Chris Gilliland look very good as well.
And Leonard Gates, of course, came straight from winning the World Seniors Masters on Sunday. Did that show him where he finished in that table?
Yeah, I think so. I think the damage was done, travelling overnight, limited amount of sleep, obviously still probably buzzing from winning the Seniors Masters, got off to a slow start and never recovered. And in fairness, that was a super tough group.
Yeah, it was all about Andy Barton's, wasn't it, though, in beast mode, and he nearly produced something extra special as well. We saw Andy Barton's attempting a 9-dart finish.
Yeah, and he had that feel about it, isn't it? It was something we both spoke of at the top of the show on each of the days of Group A, that it just felt like there was going to be a 9, and we certainly didn't expect it to come in the last leg of a match, because the leg previous to this, he had a bit of a stinker and ended up pinching it to get it to 3-3. But Luke Littler thought it was going to go in. I thought he was going to go in comms. Sadly, just a little bit over pitch, but a great effort, and it was an example of the form he was in. And in 2 matches, in final legs in those matches, he produced a couple of 10-darters. Yeah,
and still only Conor Heenan has hit 9-darter on this stage. He's done it twice. But this finals night lineup tonight, we might see the first in front of an audience.
Absolutely. We got some big hitters and players that hit lots of 180s, and I think Luke's been not quite on it, but I think I got a feeling he's going to really turn up tonight and put on a bit of a show.
He was on it a bit more in Group B, wasn't he? We'll take a look at how that table finished. And he only lost in his very last match when, let's be honest, he was messing around a little bit.
Yeah, he was. He was sort of playing to the gallery, trying a few different things, trying some different approaches in terms of how the darts enter the board. And he went for a real showpiece ball on 120 to actually win the match, and he ended up getting beat. But yeah, another very, very tough group. I fancied Jordan Brooks to be the third and final qualifier before the off, and that's how it played out. I was impressed with him.
Yeah, and Luke Littler was doing stuff like this, wasn't he? Not just in Group B, but all week.
Yeah, he had multiple attempts at the 170, missed it a few times narrowly, but did take out some great finishes. He sort of fizzed and popped a little bit. One day he was absolutely blistering in the scoring department and didn't have his finishing boots on, and then in other sessions his finishing was just superb.
And Chris Gilliland, I mean, to be in the week that he was in, finishing third in Group A and then second in Group B is a great effort, isn't it?
Absolutely. These are really, really tough groups. The numbers that we were looking at over the day's play and the running averages combined with all the players suggest it's one of the best weeks we've had here at the Super Series. So, yeah, all 6 players that have qualified have certainly earned their right.
All the drama, though, came in Group C that was played on Thursday and Friday afternoon. And this table ended with just 2 points separating the top 5. In fact, going into the final 3 fixtures, those 5 players were all on the same points.
Yeah, and each and every one of them could have qualified depending on the variables. And, yeah, it was the kind of group we thought was going to be like that. But I think both myself and you thought it was going to be Matt Clark and Harry Ward that were going to be the qualifiers. But a series of bizarre results meant that James Richardson leapfrogged Matt Clark and finished joint top.
Yeah, you can't see it by looking at the table, but Harry Ward, out of all the players, did it with the least drama, didn't he?
Yeah, he won 4 out of 5 on day 1 on Thursday, cemented his position, only picked up the 2 wins, so he sort of didn't really convince on the Friday, but maybe he was aware of his table position and the fact that he had qualified very early on.
Yeah, and there was some really good stuff from him throughout the week. He's a player who's kind of gone away from the game and has come back, and it looks like he's starting to get to where he was.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was his choice to walk away, and I think it may have been the right decision in the long when you're playing long ball. He'd already established himself. He was a winner on the Pro Tour. was doing very well, and he's just thought to himself, do you know what, I'm not quite ready, and I think it was the right choice, because he just looks very, very comfortable, and he's very, very happy, and any happy sportsman is a dangerous one.
Well, we've seen how they got through their group, so let's see all of the players together then. These are the 6 finalists at the Super Series here on Saturday night. So we've got Andy Barton's, the winner of Group A, Luke Littler and Chris Gilliland coming in from Group B, Jordan Brooks, Harry Ward, James Richardson. We haven't really talked about Brooks and Richardson so much, so let's do that now, because they both, well, Brooks did it halfway through the night, Richardson sneaked in the very last match.
Yeah, and James would be probably the first to admit he's not been anywhere near the top of his game, but good players just find a way, and he found a way. As for Jordan Brooks, I liked the look of him on Thursday. I thought he was massively improved. Remember, the last time he was here, he did qualify for finals night, so that's 2 from 2, and you've got to give him credit for that. But I thought he was a way better player, and lost his way sometimes in a bit of approach play and got a little bit embroiled, but when he was on, he was on.
Let's have a look at what groups they've been put into then this evening. Interestingly, that Group 1, look, Andy Barton's will be the favourite, but he's only lost 2 matches this week. James Richardson and Chris Gilliland. Yeah,
you couldn't have scripted that, could you? It's quite bizarre that he's ended up in those groups against the players that have beat him in Group A. Listen, it's not going to be a walk in the park for him. He's going to have to show up, he's going to have to produce the kind of darts he was playing when he won that Group A, because he's going to be up against it. Luke Littler as well. It's not a case of them just turning up and meeting in the final. That may well happen, because they are the 2 standout players statistically. Never mind our opinions, and listen, we both rate both of them massively and think they both have huge futures, but they got work to do.
Well, let's show you the order of play then for tonight. The groups getting underway. Barton's playing Richardson in the first game, then Littler will play Jordan Brooks after that. We'll alternate between the 2 groups, but straight away we're going to see where those 2 players stand. Yeah,
and listen, you cannot afford to lose that opening game, especially in groups like this. We may end up having one of those 9-dart shootouts. It's got the kind of players in it that could produce that, but winning that opening game, taking the pressure off, and putting it in your hands, not another player's, is priority number 1.
Let's see what the bookies think then in terms of the betting for finals night here. Luke Littler they're going with him as a favourite, despite Barton's bettering him in Group A. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, it's only marginal, and I think it's more down to the fact that how he won his last week. And of course, how he went on to win Champions Week. And yeah, I can sort of see that home favouritism, but I personally would have had him probably 6-4 each of 2. I can't personally separate them, and I also can't ignore the results that Andy Barton's had against Luke Littler in Group A. As for the rest of them, it's one of those. It's what you fancy.
Valuing Chris Gilliland at 8-1. Absolutely.
Listen, he's just got to put 400 averages together, and I think he's hit 4 this week. So he has the ability to play at the kind of level needed. But you've got to do up on this big stage under the lights. We're going to have a crowd in, and of course they're not just playing for the 5,000 tonight. They're playing for a place in Champions Week, where one of them could win £20,000 and possibly career-changing money.
Well, what we're going to do now is show you some of the most popular bets put together for our bet builder here at the MODUS Super Series. We'll get Mesa's opinion on this. So Littler over 1.5, 180s in that match against Brooks, and then highest checkout for Gilliland against Richardson. Total 180s over 1.5 Brooks versus Ward.
Yeah, I think they're looking at again the previous with Littler. If he either doesn't hit any or it's 2 or 3 in a match, and I think Brooks will push him in that game. I think it potentially has 6 legs in it, so that should be covered comfortably. Richardson, Gilliland's finishing this week has been brilliant. Monday we had 17 ton pluses. He hit 6 of them on his own. Brooks versus Ward, total 180 is over 1.5. Again, I can see that match going 6, possibly 7 legs, and it pays nearly 4.5 to 1.
Yeah, and if you do have a bet, of course, gamble responsibly. BeGambleAware.org for information on responsible gambling. Right, last question for you. Who is going to be stood here lifting the trophy at the end of the night?
Luke Littler.
There we go. That's what Chris Mason thinks. And we appreciate you watching from home. But if you ever fancy coming down on a Saturday night here in Portsmouth to the Live Lounge to watch the live action, then here is all the information about how to be here.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Right then, it is time to get this evening of arrows underway. First up, a darting duel between the Belgian beast Andy Bartons, who is in fabulous form, and ruthless James Richardson, one of just two players to beat Bartons this week. In commentary on this finals night, a man who was actually on the stage last Saturday in Scott Mitchell, and a man who has won on that stage in Chris Mason. Evening, gents.
Good evening, Chris. Good evening, everybody. And good evening, Scotty Mitchell.
Yeah, lovely to be here. I didn't expect to quite be back so quickly, but we're here and
Well, not in a playing capacity, because you did play it recently, didn't you?
yeah, it was actually this day last week, so I know exactly how these guys are feeling. You know, you play the week and you play and you're not really bothered. You just want to do well enough to get through to here. But then when you get to this Saturday night, your mind does a big bamboozle and you're thinking about the $5,000 and all of a sudden you're kind of not playing for a position in the table. You're starting to play for money now.
Yeah, this is the closest we get to the knockout stages until we get to the knockout stages, which will be the semi-finals. Fourth meeting of the week between these two. Monday, Andy Bartons winning 4-2. Tuesday, James won 4-2, and then Andy won 4-1 on Wednesday. And it's James, one of just two people to defeat Andy Bartons this week. And
100.
the other one is in the group in Chris Gilliland. Incredibly, Andy's on a bit of a run at the moment. Talk about momentum in sport.
100.
He's lost just 4 matches in his last 50. One was against Luke Humphries in the European Tour that went 6-5.
99.
Mendel Lawrence in the Slovak Open final. And Richardson and Gilliland this week.
That's a tidy record to be coming in off the back of anything. I mean,
41.
you know that winning games breeds confidence,
Yes.
and he must be one confident young man at this moment of, because even if you do that in your local league, it's a hell of a record.
Absolutely.
120.
I talk about it a lot, and it's even down to when you start pinning doubles with your first start, you'll tend to go through the day that way. Never mind the match.
134.
When you
And he
start
required
missing them,
100.
you just seem to continue to miss them and fight yourself on the doubles. But this is for a very
80.
tidy start. He will be back. Yeah, and I agree with you, Scott. Winning breeds winning.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And like you say, once you start hitting those doubles at a percentage
59.
above 50%,
And he
you then
required
start
20.
believing that every time you're throwing at one, you're going to hit
Game
it.
shot
And
the
that
first leg.
belief
Andy
is what actually
Bartons.
makes you hit it.
Yeah, and pressure then doesn't even come into it. You just
Second against
you
James
just look
to
at the
throw
double and hit
first.
it. You just
Game
throw
on.
at it like it's any other double.
You look at every leg and go, just get me there. Just get me there and give yourself one dart.
Yeah.
Because you believe in yourself that much.
95.
Well, we were having this very conversation probably no more than 30 minutes ago for when you had that very opportunity to
59.
fulfill your dream in winning the World Championships. And like you say, you were ready because you looked at that double and thought, I'm going to hit it.
96.
Yeah, you're ready for the moment. And the way that this Saturday night works, you have to be ready for that moment on a couple of occasions here on the Saturday night, which I found out last
99.
week. And unfortunately, I wasn't ready.
No. Well, and the thing is, sometimes winning Group A can be a bit of a curse because
60.
you just lose that little bit of an edge where everybody else is battle hardened. They've just been put through the ringer. They're ready for this. You've had 2 days off for all that
37.
adrenaline just to wind down, and now you've got to somehow wind it all the way back up.
Yeah, indeed, and it's whether you've been able to find somewhere to have a bit of a practice for a
86.
couple of days, or every player prepares differently. But I wouldn't have thought you would want as a player to have those 2 days off without, say, a couple of hours practice somewhere in a pub somewhere,
James, you're
and just keep your eye in.
Well, Jelle Klassen travelled over with Moreno Blom, and they bought a bull. Will he go for it? You better believe he will.
139.
And they bought a whole system over to put up in they rented a big Airbnb. And on the Thursday and Friday, when Moreno had come in and played his session, Jelle Klassen was putting him through the ringer for a few hours. So when he arrived Saturday night, Jelle Klassen was still on top of things. Double 4 for a level game.
Games on the second leg.
Tidy start
James
from both,
Richardson.
Scott.
Yeah, that's the way that James Richardson actually likes to go. He doesn't really like to dabble with the 9. He likes to go
Andy
down
to throw first.
17s.
Game
I've noticed it a lot. We played obviously for England this year in the home into sort of Tri-Nations, I think it's called now. It used to be called the Home Internationals in our day.
42.
Yeah.
But it's now called something new. So, and that's the way he goes. And obviously him and Josh were kind of stars of the show for us with being a father and son for the
121.
first time in an England team. What an honour that must have been.
Yes, congratulations as well, Scott, for being called back up for England duty, and of course, accepting your
125.
invitation to the World Seniors match play up in York at the Barbican, isn't it, in September?
Yeah, it's been a busy week. I had to write 2 emails this week, two reply emails. Yeah, it's been a busy time.
40.
Yeah, good for you. Oh, plenty of room.
180.
He didn't take up the room. He just slammed it in the same section. First max of the evening, and I can assure you it will not be the last.
I see with his flights and equipment they're pretty smashed up. And, I remember Christoph
57.
Ratajski a few years ago back in the BDO would use the same set of flights because they were his lucky flights because he kept winning games, and they were absolutely battered. Most people would have thrown them away 3 months
98.
before.
I've got to have new ones in. Can't handle it. I can't change just one.
Well, I was see, now I'm a farmer. I can change just the one.
100.
There's no problem with that.
56. Games on the third leg. Andy Bartons.
Form on throw continues. Both players very comfortable on throw at the moment.
Fourth leg, it's James to throw first.
There's Jackie in
Game
the
on.
crowd. Jackie is a absolute stalwart of Belgian darts. He follows all
legend.
the Belgians everywhere he goes, and anywhere they go, he is just, I would hate to think the amount of
43.
money that man has spent following the Belgian players across the globe.
He came over with Hurt and Andy Bartons, and again, I think they've rented
59.
a house, and he was devastated that he couldn't come in and watch in the week, but we've had to stop the idea of allowing
58.
guests in during the week.
It's a high roof building, isn't it? And it's one of those that you really can hear a pin drop.
180.
I told you, it certainly won't be the first or last 180.
180.
Right on cue. In comes James with another.
And he has that type of game where this kind of
81.
format could be absolutely perfect for him. He's fairly prolific, isn't he, on the open circuit in the local opens, and well, you're seeing why
140.
he really can play at a seriously high level over sort of short spells. He's a real best of 5 specialist.
137.
The only one that really
James
seems to
require
get
80.
to James is James, if he starts thinking, if I'm totally honest, in the competitions and times that I've played in and around him.
45. And he required 44.
Could be costly.
So could that.
Could be one or
12.
two things, Scott.
James, you required 35.
As you well know, concentration or nerves.
I think he was thinking about the double before he was thinking about the big number. This is massive.
10.
And massively
And he
out
required
of range,
32.
that one.
Game shot on the fourth
That was
leg. Andy
plumb in the middle.
Bartons.
And it is a breaker throw. The average, Andy Barton's pretty much bang on his
Fifth leg, it's
average for the
Andy
week.
to throw first. Game on.
Mid-90s. 95.42 right now. First breaker throw. Now has the honour to serve it out.
134.
There's no better way to serve it out than when you're struggling to hit a treble 20, you go downstairs and hit a pair of treble 19s. Your
54.
opponent knows then that he has to, minimum requirement is to match him with two trebles of a decent quality.
Yeah, there's nothing worse when you stood behind and you're
46.
sort of meerkatting, looking over their shoulder, and you see a big 20, you think, oh, happy days. And then you see them find the two treble 19s, you shrink.
96.
Especially when you've just lost a leg, thinking, well, I've missed a couple at a double. I'll get him next one. I'll go, and he just goes off with a 1-3-4, and it
97.
yeah, it kills your mojo a touch.
Yeah, well, there's a massive part of the game is the psychology element.
100.
And how you deal with those ups and downs, not just during the match, but during legs and during visits. And if you're going to lose, you want to lose just by the odd
57.
leg in this format.
The only way you have to be docile to it. You really do have to be docile to it. And some days you're able to do that, and others days as a player, everything just gets on your nerves.
Well, if you had-
24.
if you had the
And it was
ability, you like to just
167.
unscrew the brain and just leave it somewhere for a while.
Yeah, I used to race motocross back in the day, amateur
Yeah, well,
motocross, and
139.
everybody used to say, take that brain out of that ear, I'll put it in the toolbox, go and ride, come back, and then pop it back in when you
Well,
get back in.
because if you didn't, you'd never do what you were doing, would you?
No, it took me 6
100.
years to decide that
required
enough's
28.
enough.
I had a little dabble with that. I come from a motorsport family, and yeah, it wasn't for me.
Game shot
Well,
on the match.
this opening match is
Andy
for Andy
Bartons.
Bartons. He wins it very comfortably, 4-1 with a 93.91 average, 4 out of 9 on the doubles, couple of 180s, and he has made the perfect start to the night. When we come back, we'll be going to Group 2, and it's Luke Littler facing Jordan Brooks.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it's now time for the reigning champion to carry on his defence. 16-year-old Luke Littler won Series 3 in his biggest career payday earlier this year, and now he's trying to make it through to Champions Week again. He faces Fleetwood's Jordan Brooks in his opener, the Sheriff, looking to arrest his losing record against the boy wonder this week. And to commentate on the most prodigious junior talent in Tungsten Town, well, I'll hand you back to a couple of seniors, Scott Mitchell and Chris Mason.
Oh, thanks, I think, Murph.
We resemble that remark. Yeah, but for me, I've been watching little bits all week, and Luke coming in here probably having not won Group A I think could have done him a favour here.
Yeah, I agree. It could have just given him just a bit of a shake-up. He's looked very, very comfortable at times and almost too
First
laid
is
back.
Luke to throw first. Game on.
Although very young, he's experienced some massive occasions on some of the biggest stages, of course. And although young, he is experienced. But it's more about how, an old head on young shoulders.
135.
That's the next stage of his development, is dealing with, why am I not into 180 every time?
80.
Yeah, I think the situations that he's got himself to is just absolutely fabulous for one so young, and he really does have a mature head. We don't see him, and I've never seen him
60.
having that young tantrum.
No.
I'm sure he does, and I'm sure he has, but I don't see it, and I haven't seen it, and that's what makes me think that he has that mature head on very young shoulders, and his development over the next few years is just going to be absolutely intriguing, and I know that you will be
99.
watching it as I will be with interest.
Yeah, I mean, for me, he's the only other player I can
63.
remotely compare him to, certainly in the men's game, is Michael van Gerwen. And we both would have been aware of, I can remember playing Michael when he was 15 years of age in a big final in the Netherlands, and
60.
I was absolutely staggered.
82.
I was expecting to play Merv King, because he played Merv in the final, and Merv came back into the practice area, and he had a bit of a face like
57.
thunder, and I
Do you require
didn't
147?
lose, mate, did you? He said lose. He said he ripped my head off. I was like, oh no. But yeah, and I mean, look at the career. What is he now? 150 ranking titles around the world, MVG, multiple world champion, multiple
131.
major champion.
25.
He goes on to have a quarter of the career of Michael van Gerwen. He'd have had
Game
an amazing career.
Luke Littler.
Yeah, indeed, and just showed his maturity there. Big shot from Jordan Brooks.
Second against Jordan to throw first.
Well, phase him on that 25-1 iota.
No, already I can see a much more switched on Luke Littler, and there's definitely a showman about him, and I think he likes playing, or prefers to be playing in this environment, and under it, knowing that he can afford to lose,
140.
but if he does, it will put him under immense pressure, and I think he likes that.
Yeah, I think he does. I think there's certain stages to where you go with the age that he is, and things like being signed by a manufacturer to start producing, that can sometimes make him go a little swayed and a little bit sort of doughy in the head, if you know what I mean. It's something that happened to me when I was like 30 odd, So I know exactly what that feels like to be picked up by a company, and it just goes on, and those milestones keep coming, and it's how you keep dealing with those milestones.
Yeah, well, I watched him, Thomas Banks, at the UK Open this year, and credit to them both, they carried themselves superbly. And I watched this man get edged out by Adam Gavlas, and he went on to have an unbelievable run to the semi-finals. It was only him that halted the progress of Littler, and Thomas. I think it was Gezi Price.
65. Look, you require
I mean,
140.
I've never known the sport being such safe hands and double 16.
Game
Well,
shot on the second
5
leg.
consecutive
Luke Littler.
double 18s and double 16.
And Jordan Brooks has done
Third leg, it's Luke to throw
nothing
first.
wrong.
Game on.
Absolutely nothing. There's Jordan from
54.
Fleetwood and mates with Lee Sherwin. And they drew each other, didn't they, in the first round of the Worlds? But yeah,
And they played each other in the final of the Scottish, didn't they?
96.
I'm sure they must have played each other an awful lot up there in Fleetwood and around and about in those leagues. But to draw your mate like that
42.
on your biggest night of your life, it's just he'd rather had the former world champion than your mate.
Absolutely. Well, Jordan is
140.
averaging 100.18. Not had a double yet.
It's just like I said, we were saying earlier,
64.
and you were saying about the game being good hands with these youngsters. In our day, you really wasn't given a chance as a youngster. There wasn't so much of the junior darts about then. There wasn't. And I saw the game when I came in, when I was coming into it at 17, 18. It was an old man's game.
134.
Yeah.
So I backed off and went and did other things.
Yeah.
And played pub football and came back to it later in my 30s.
think
And
there
I
was
regret that now.
The British teenage.
70.
And then
You
you'd
require
have sort of
131.
almost as a, just for something for the kids, you'd have some the holiday camp tournaments. They'd have the odd kids event, and that was pretty much it.
91.
You had to really sort of develop in the men's game. And I was playing pub league at 14 and
63.
15.
Jordan, you require 40.
Yeah, I was 16 when I started, when a young fella put some darts in my hand and said, "Go and have a go." And well,
Game shot on the
I still
third
thank him
leg.
every time I see him, to
Jordan
be
Brooks.
honest.
13
Well,
darts
look, it's Jordan to throw first.
and a break
Game
back
on.
for Jordan Brooks.
Well, he did make me mark every game before he let me play, because if you can't mark, you can't play.
I had the same thing. I used to be up the Kingswood Labour Club with my dad, and if you wanted to play, you had to mark.
You ain't big enough to mark, boy. You
99.
ain't big enough to play. That was what I got. Fair play. It didn't half teach me. After about 7 weeks of marking every league game,
Oh,
and
you could
everything,
count.
99.
I was getting hold of it pretty quickly, because I wanted to play pretty badly. And going back to this game here, Jordan Brooks actually is very much impressed, because that third leg, you could easily have seen him disappear there, and he showed his mettle an awful lot there to go and take the leg. And he
98.
took it handsomely.
Yeah, I don't know too much about him. Outside of what I've seen of him here at the Super
95.
Series, but there was joint stages in the group games where he was really getting stuck in, and I like the cut of his cloth. And he's got a style I can only compare to
180.
the great Bobby George.
Indeed, and I'm going to see more of Jordan and those types
57.
of players, because
Jordan, you require
Dorset
124.
making the Premier League in the county system for the first time in 44 years this year. I'm going to start bumping into these guys from Lancashire and what have you, and I'm looking forward to it immensely.
Yeah, congratulations to Dorset, a
92.
county I proudly played for and absolutely adored. And what an achievement for a tiny little county.
140. Jordan, you
Make it in the
require
Prem.
32.
Yeah, we got some young fella called Dave Jenner as our president, and he keeps on at us.
Game
He
shot on
even
the
came
fourth
over
leg.
from
Jordan
Cyprus to
Brooks.
come
Yes,
to Cambridge with us for the last game. He's such a great guy.
I did hear. I unfortunately was away myself because I'd love to have
Fifth leg, it's Luke to throw first.
caught up with Dave.
Game on.
Played a lot of darts with Dave back in the day. Made the final of the
96.
British Open pairs.
Wow. That's huge.
I'm not sure if it was in consecutive
41.
years. It feels like it was, but I also made it the final with George Turnbull, a player I'm sure you remember.
134.
Well, it's been back-to-back 13 darters after Luke Littler absolutely bolted out the gate. Credit to Jordan Brooks. Didn't flinch. His response, 13 darter, another 13 darter with a max in leg 4. Still averaging 102.
133.
That just gives you the impression, I just fancy having to go down there and I'll pop down there and hit a couple of those instead. It's just nonchalant, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, he just must have so much belief in his own ability.
140. Look at
And rightly so
138.
when you can do that. But credit where it's due. I'm loving the performance here from Jordan Brooks.
98.
Look at the counting. So advanced.
And that is one of the biggest things that's changed about the game more recently, and you've got to put that down to the Dutch.
Even when I play, I still go the old way.
100.
Even though I know it's
Look at
wrong.
require 40.
Yeah. Always go for 42 for 82, don't we?
Game shot on the 5th leg. Luke Littler.
Good enough for my dad to do it. It's good enough for me to do it. Yeah, that was another impressive leg from Littler.
6th leg is
14 darter
Jordan
that
to throw
time.
first. Game
And
on.
the winning legs in this match for Littler have been 17, 12 and 14. The two winning legs for this man, 13 and 13. And it's 10 points different in the averages. Brooks on 103.80, 93.73 Luke Littler. But it's Luke Littler in the driving seat.
We were talking about
65.
maturity earlier, and he's just managing to hold on to his own legs, isn't he? He's broken nice and early. And he's now just holding on, and now he's looking at this one going, well, maybe I'll have a go at breaking this one. I can relax here. I'm going to hold my own in the last one. So he's now trying to put Brooks under all the pressure he can.
60.
You can see that whirring around in his mind by his mannerisms and his approach.
59.
Stolen the darts now. And this 6th leg. Race to 4. 2 points for a win. This is Group 2. The other player in Group 2 is Harry Ward. He'll be on match number 4. Up next, James Richardson against Chris
140.
Gilliland. Now, if Chris Gilliland wins that match, he goes through and takes Andy Bartons with him.
140.
We seem to be having a bit of a fist off here now with the big scoring between the two guys.
Now,
59.
which way is he going to go for this?
122.
Trouble 19.
98.
Just casually flops it in the 54 for 24 after 12.
And you really think that to have any hope here, he needs a 137 minimum requirement, and he's not going to get that.
91. Look, you
Yeah,
require
and then he would have
24.
have crossed his fingers. Because
Game
Littler
shot on the
pops it
match.
in
Luke
13.
Littler.
Just when we thought he was in a spot of bother, he produces a 14 darter to win leg 5 and a 13 darter to win leg 6 and just coast over the line, winning 4-2. Credit to Jordan Brooks. Fabulous performance, an average of 99.90 in defeat. But it's Luke Littler who picks up the points. When we come back, we return to Group 1 for James Richardson against Chris Gilliland.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
4-1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and 4-2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180. Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and 4-2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on a Super Saturday night, and it's been, well, a fantastic start, Chris Mason, but the expected start, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. They're both blistering, weren't they? The two favourites for this week's title. Getting off to the perfect start. Andy just controlled the match against James Richardson. Although there was some resistance from James, he just couldn't handle the scoring power and the finishing quality of Andy. And then Luke, just when we thought he was in a little bit of trouble, produces a 14 and a 13 dart, strolls off stage without a worry in the world.
You said it, though. Credit to Jordan Brooks for the way he performed in that
outstanding match. 99.90 average in defeat, and you would have thought that he was pushing Luke all the way, but Luke just seems to think, or seems to have the ability to dig himself out of any kind of hole.
Yeah, there was a special moment in the match that you picked up on where Luke Littler did this. These treble 18s, incredible. Yeah,
absolutely superb. 302 in 6, which included 5 consecutive treble 18s and a double 16 for the 140 finish. Of course, that finish made famous by Rob Cross. Yeah, and maybe a man who might go on to be the world champion, of course. Already is at junior level, Luke Littler, and he's trying to defend his title here at the Super Series. It's been a fantastic finals night so far. It's also been a very, very strong week, and when we look at the stats for week 8, it's got to be up there with anything else we've seen. Yeah, this is across every match played. 556 legs in total, two 170 finishes, 200 and 15 180s. And of course, in Group A, we matched the record of 131 in a Group A. Best leg of 10 from Andy Barton's, and the checkout percentage, we all seem to see that number, 33%. Our best average of the week, 108.53. We've had multiple averages, of course, in excess of a ton, but a running average for the week of 88.14. Incredible, 29 per dart and change.
Really good stuff, and of course 2 170 finish as well. Matt Clark getting one of them. Strange for him not to be here on a Saturday night.
Yeah, it feels a little bit strange, doesn't it? Because that's been his MO every time he's turned up here, whichever part of the week he arrives, he makes finals week. But that just shows you how tough a week this has been.
Yeah, little hit in the other one. Of course, he's on course to carry on a perfect record here at the Super Series. But attention now returns back to Group 1, and Mason James Richardson, he's really got to win here.
Yeah, if Chris Gilliland wins this match, not only does he put himself through to the semi-finals, he takes Andy Barton's with him.
Yeah, but if James Richardson manages to win 4-0, he will go through immediately rather than having to wait for the last match to seal his fate. So we'll get the action back underway. Chris is going to head downstairs to rejoin Scott Mitchell.
So, yeah, thanks for the analysis up there on the balcony. Some good stuff there. We bring you the next game between James Richardson and Chris Gilliland. James, quite a heavy 25-gram dart thrower. And here's Chris. He throws a 23-gram dart. I spoke to him earlier, and he, a very proud
First
man
leg is James
to be
to throw
captain in his
first.
country
Game
into
on.
a World Cup. One of the biggest honours you can have in the game. Will that give him a lift?
55.
In this one, but James Richardson really is on last chance saloon. He needs to win this match.
Yeah, first priority
100.
is to win the match, and then hope that Andy Barton's does him a favour. If he is defeated here, it's BFH, I'm afraid.
100.
Plus fair home. These two fairly familiar with each other.
59.
Played in Group A this week on Monday. James Richardson won the tie with a very, very tidy average, 98.79, 4-2 against Chris Gilliland.
100.
Is it an advantage at this stage if you've already played, even if you've lost?
I would have thought so,
85.
just to soak up the atmosphere, and just to listen. Every throw is different, isn't it? And it takes a while just to adjust your eyes, maybe, or the
140.
feel, or the length of it. Listen, they're all meant to be measured identical, but they all feel different, don't they? Tuesday, James won again.
81.
This time a little bit closer, but an average over 90 again. It was 4-3.
58. $140.
Yeah, last week I was in the Harry Ward position where I sort of had to wait a bit to get a game in, and then you played sort of game 4 and game 6. And I thought that would have been a kind of a nice advantage if you won your first game, but unfortunately I didn't win my first game. And then to be playing so quickly, I felt was a disadvantage.
Yeah, in that,
Game shown
in
the
that
first
scenario,
leg. Chris
I tend
Gilliland.
to agree.
But again, we were talking earlier about what's
Second
in
leg,
a
it's
player's
Chris to
mind
throw
and things,
first.
and
Game
really
on.
you've got to remove all that and throw your toe at that hockey, and then throw like it's your first game of darts ever, and concentrate like it's your first game of darts and that nothing's gone before.
140.
Chris did eventually pick up a win against James Richardson. So
100.
what will be in James's mind is the last time they met, I lost, and it was 4-1.
Sometimes you can find yourself over trying if
95.
you think a little bit too much like that. But with dart players, it's a natural way to think. If somebody's sort of turned you over the game before or the two before.
180.
Oh, nice 180 there from Richardson, much needed.
Well, again, it's what we talked about a little earlier about the psychology of sport, and
83.
probably no more so in terms of the mentality than in darts, because we can't play defensive. It's not like snooker where we can sort of get down on a shot
57.
and maybe walk around for a while and sort of walk the nerves off.
I love that statement that you can't play defensive, because I believe that some
96.
do.
James, you've got 164.
I believe that some look at the board and go, I'll be all right with a ton here. I'm at this point in the leg. I'll be all right. It's a dangerous way to think.
33. Because you've
But
got
I think that
87.
there are times in the game where you can warrant thinking like that and it be to your advantage.
Yeah, I think in so sort of
Games on
in
the
approach
second leg.
play,
Chris
rather than
Gilliland.
sort of go out all out aggressive, you can play more of a. You can be more
Delegates James
tactically
to throw first.
defensive rather than, it's a bit, I suppose, taking on a 170 when you don't need to.
We watched Luke Littler just now going from around the board, going for this to this to this to this.
77.
The older you get, you start thinking, well, I'm going to go for a treble 18, but I must hit an 18. So is that being defensive, or is that being cautious, or is that, I don't know how you would call it.
Yeah, I think more cool.
140.
I think probably more cautious or more wary would probably be the right description. But I get what you're saying.
60.
And I think as you get older, you tend to just sort of go, oh, I'll just take a ton here, please.
Thank you. That'll do. And if you try to take a ton and you hit a 60 with the first one, then it just messes your mind up anyway. So,
that's when the twitch comes in.
Yeah, the twitch comes in, and then comes the big one, or the... Yeah, I know exactly.
Start getting up on your toes. Ooh.
Absolutely. Flexing the shoulders. What's going on here? But yeah, love it. Love it. I love this game. I love every aspect of it. It's just brilliant.
Yeah.
96.
Probably in the last sort of 10 years or so, maybe it's starting to be appreciated for its intricacies and how difficult it is, a sport it is. I mean, listen, everybody can throw a dart at the board. Not everybody knows where it's going to land.
44.
Well, that's true. But do you know, I think the appreciation of the game from anywhere is the fact that probably everybody's had a throw of a dart, and they realise, how difficult it is.
Yeah, because I think
118.
that darts has a wider audience probably now than it ever has globally. With one of the good things, I suppose, of things like YouTube and whatever, that it's accessible
92.
to everybody to watch and enjoy. And well, that incredible final between Michael Smith and Michael Van Gerwen at the World Championships this year. I mean, that literally went global.
32. James
Michael Smith
140.
appeared on Ariel Awani's mixed martial arts program, which is watched by millions of people. And he ended up going on there. He was talking about on his show.
100.
And then he had
60.
Michael on via sort of a Zoom thing. And then when they were over for the US Masters in New York, Michael actually went into the studio, and Eddie Earn was in there. And rather than talking to him about boxing and mixed martial arts, he was talking to him about darts.
20.
I mean, you can't
James, you
buy
require
that kind
40.
of reach.
No, and as a sport, the way that I see it as a sport is that
Games on the
we are
third leg.
so
James Richardson.
blanket covered. You've got youth darts, we've got disabled darts, we've got men's, we've got women's. That every
Well, like it's
single
Chris to throw
person,
first.
if
Game
they
on.
really wish to, can actually play it, and how many sports have got that blanket coverage. And I think that's a massive reason why it's gone so big globally.
97.
Yeah, it's accessible to everybody, and the sport should be. Sports should be. And even I was looking at the ADC stuff. They've introduced this level up thing. So if you've played so many matches and your averages are below 70, it's all those people that are playing at that level get to play each other and get a level up. And then they're doing like an over 50s thing. Well, we're playing in the seniors now. I mean, we had nothing. When I was sort of thinking about it and retired when I was sort of 40.
43.
I thought, well, there's nothing for me to do really. I don't. I've got no chance of ever sort of getting on a big stage again, apart from in exhibitions. But now, again, that's another box ticked.
Yeah, I was with Daryl Fitt and Antonio Shea the other day, two of my dear friends, and they feel that there should be a campaign for super seniors for over 60s, but I think we're going too far then.
Oh, Chris Gilliland went a little bit too far for James Richardson there, finding his first max of the match and taking
84.
Absolute control of this one, averaging 95.5. Well, you asked the question,
Game
Scott,
on the fourth
is
leg.
it a disadvantage
Chris Gilliland
not having played a game? Well, on this occasion,
fifth leg, it's James
obviously
to
not.
throw first.
No, and like I say, I did actually have a brief chat to Chris. I've known him quite a long time now, and we had a little chat before play started tonight, and he's just absolutely buzzing about being his country's captain and what a lift that's given him. And maybe we're seeing a bit of that in this one as well.
Oh, what a
140.
great honour. I mean, and still say to this day, it's my greatest moment pulling on that England shirt, representing your country in anything is a huge honour, and it's something only bestowed on the few, isn't it? It's one of the hardest things is to get that international jersey, and one of the
98
biggest privileges is to be part of that team, because it's a team of your peers and people you look up to most of the time.
I still remember my first shirt being
58.
handed to me, folded nicely and placed in front of me, and I remember the tears just dropping out of me, corner of my eye. You're trying to be the big hard man, and they were just rolling out, and it's just such a hard thing. And if it means something to you, then that's exactly how it is. And Chris is going to a World Cup as well with this country. I was lucky enough to pick one up as captain, and that is my biggest moment in my entire career, even above winning a World Championship myself. To pick up a World Cup for England, unbelievable as captain.
Tops to back up an 11 darter with a 12.
49.
He will return with Richardson way back on 199. Average, Scott, up to 99.66.
140.
Yeah, Chris requires a slow burner this one, but he's got the job done. Looking like he's got the job done here.
And
he has.
Shot on the match.
He's been mustered on tops all week. No change here. 50% in totals on his doubles. 4 out of 8. 1/186. 140s or better. An end average of 99.93. That is our highest average of the night so far. Chris Gilliland making a little bit of a statement and making sure he's in tonight's semi-final, and he's taken Andy Barton's with him. Those two will play, Chris Gilliland, Andy Barton's, a little bit later, purely for position. When we come back off the break, Jordan Brooks is facing Harry Ward.
Hello again, welcome back. Scott Mitchell has come up to join me for a little chat on what we've seen so far, and so far it has kind of gone the way you'd expect it to go.
Look, I was here last Saturday and I saw the groups of the week and I thought whoever makes Saturday, it is going to be really good. And the averages so far tonight in the first 3 games with the winners, wow, skyscraping.
Yeah, not just the winners, but the losers as well. Jordan Brooks averaging 99 in defeat. We've got a couple of players through, then Andy Bartons and Chris Gilliland. We might have everything sorted after the next game. But before we focus on tonight, we're going to turn our attentions to next week for a second. And these are the players in the lineup, particularly drawn to that Group B, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, any time now that Fallon gets mentioned, obviously MBE. Should we say Fallon MBE? We should be saying that. Nathan German, well, he's been around in the BDO for a long time as a youth, and now he's coming out of those rankings and finding his feet in an adult capacity. Lucas Winnig, we've seen him go throwing well in Euro Tours and win here before. So, you know, I am truly excited. Group C, Cam Crabtree. Young fella who exudes, he's got confidence and he's going to be good to watch as well. So yeah, a really good week next week.
Yeah, just to note that Andy Jenkins has come in as a late replacement in Group A, gets his chance, and Jelle Klassen and Chris Landman, well, they've both played fantastic stuff both here and in the PDC recently.
Yeah, I think Chris Landman was my fault, beating me at Ali Pally in the first round, gave me a load of confidence. I had to mention it, and Chris is a good friend anyway, so no, we're pleased to see he's going well. And yeah, what an interesting Group A that's going to be.
Yeah, well, if these weeks have been good, then just imagine how good Champions Week is going to be at the end of this series. And we can now look at the winners so far. It's shaping up nicely, isn't it?
Absolutely. You know, we've got Fast and Furious Danny at the top of it, and Neil Duff, who's really solid. Now hasn't got any national commitments, so he'll be focusing on this. Yeah, Steve West, how impressive was he? I could just go on and on. It's just, I don't know what to say. What a lineup we're going to have.
Well, look, Colin Osborne's got the joint most titles here. Berry Van Peers, top of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. Andy Bolton has been the best player here statistically. Maybe that will be taken over tonight by Bartons or Littler, but whoever gets through from week 8, it's going to strengthen the lineup, isn't it?
We're going to have commentators queuing to do that finals week. That's what's going to happen. That's what the lineup's going to be like.
Right, a little chat on what's going to come tonight. We've got Jordan Brooks against Harry Ward next. Now, Jordan played well against Luke Littler, but needs to win to keep his hopes alive.
Yeah, and off the back of what he's already done, you would say that he stands a very good chance of doing that. But it's always difficult to put those 2 games together. But he looked really determined, and I thought he was a little unfortunate to lose with that average. But look, this is darts. We now it's stranger than darts, so they say.
Absolutely. Well, if Big H gets the big W, then he will go through and take Luke Littler with him. If Jordan Brooks wins 4-1 or 4-0, he would go through. But if he loses, of course, he will be out of the running, and the other 2 will go through. So let's get the game underway. Chris Mason is going to be joined by this man.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, I echo the words of Scott Mitchell. I thought Jordan was a little unlucky, an average of 99.93 in defeat. 99.90. That was trumped by Chris Gilliland, 99.93 in the last one. He only had 2 darts at a double, and he hit both of them in that match. But it was an impressive ending to that contest from Luke Littler, who, well, just reeled off legs of 14 and 13, just 27 darts used from being
first leg.
It's
Jordan to throw first. Game on.
Oh, we know 2 of our semi-finalists, Andy Bartons and Chris Gilliland. If Harry Ward wins this one, we'll have our semi-finalists sorted. The only thing we won't know is which order they will be playing in. But the form of Brooks continues.
81.
My apologies, I had that run the wrong way, of course. If Harry Ward wins, Jordan Brooks is out, and he takes Luke Littler with him.
99.
Well, as promised, said I'd keep you up to date with the comings and goings over in Germany and the Euro Tour 10, the European darts
140.
match play. James Wade has beaten Johnny Clayton 6-3. Dimitri van den Berg beat Petretsko 6-3. Ryan Searle got the better of Clemens 6-5. Barneveld beat MVG 6 out of 7 on the doubles. And Michael Smith with his new darts,
58.
having gone from unicorn to shot, has defeated King Barry 6-2.
Has he been using his new darts?
He has.
41.
This evening.
Jordan, you require
Did see on
164.
social media that Ryan Searle is using a new prototype
Ooh,
of his brand of dart.
they're all at it.
140.
Brilliant from Brooks. 24 after 12.
$84. Jordan, you require 24.
Brooks has definitely
Game
continued
shot
where he
the
left
first
off
Well,
Jordan Brooks.
from a game that he lost 4-2 with running that 100 average, more or less the whole game to the last 3 darts.
Yep.
Second leg, it's Harry to throw
And
first.
sometimes you can be left a little deflated after a performance like that, and it takes a bit of time to sort of pick yourself up. Or maybe not having enough
140.
time to really absorb what happened has been a good thing for him.
One good thing about it for
65.
Big H is the fact that Jordan did that on his own throw.
$42.
And Harry opened up with a big 140, but it don't really count as a 140 if you don't back it, does it?
No. Turns into
95.
2 mediocre scores, doesn't it? It's like when you back a max up with a 41 or a 45, it undoes the hard work.
123.
Another dart player in your head, you're going, oh, I just will have hit 2 tons there.
Yep.
$60.
Bit of breathing space for Harry Ward in leg 2. And you will want that. You just want to get his first chalk on the board and feel like he's
44.
in the competition.
Definitely, it's a different day. It's his first game. And, you know, you want to get up there and hit your first treble 20 and hit your first double nice and confident.
96. Harry Rick 152.
Because although you did it yesterday and you were comfortable yesterday, you want to get yourself up there and feel comfortable today.
Yeah, no 2 days are the same in darts. It never feels the same.
100.
And of course, he will have watched the performance from Brooks and he'll be aware of how well he played and the trouble he may cause him.
95. Harry requires 52.
There we go then. He's gone the 20 route for double 16.
Game shot in the second
And that
leg.
will settle him down
Harry
nicely.
Ward.
Yeah, confident enough there. 18 dart hold. There was a little pressure from Brooks.
Third against
Waiting on
Jordan to
90
throw
if there
first.
was any kind of
Game on.
mistake. Priority for Brooks is just to get the win. He will, he will hope
96.
that Littler does the business against Big H. He's 3 holes to throw away from doing it. Sounds easy.
134.
Indeed. Indeed. If it was that easy, why, yeah. Just give it to whoever.
You know,
won
it's
the
like
pull-up.
on the Pro Tour and you're 4-all and you think, right, I got the throw. Just 2 holes.
135.
Easy.
Yeah, no problem. Trouble is your opponent to go 180 straight away. Honestly, it's just you can predict it. Anything
125.
less than a treble visit, you get absolutely hammered.
Yeah.
Never go away with 60 at the Pro Tours and think that'll be all right.
No.
Ever.
No, I love the sport and I enjoyed playing last weekend, but I just, and I'd spend
80.
hours sat at my computer watching it and watching the streams and follow it and darken it, just looking at it thinking, is that right? Like players that
100.
don't really know too much about averaging 107 and 108, and I think the computer must be broke.
$60. Harry require 142.
The way I always remember it is I can do 100 averages at home. And then I go to the pub and they drop to like a 95. And then I go on telly and they drop to about a 91. And it's just like, where have I
80.
gone? Where
Johnny
have I gone? I'm the
require
same person
130.
for crying out loud.
For the ball. Wayward. Put a bit too much on that one.
85. Harry requires 62.
So, 62 for a breaker throw. After leg one, you were beginning to fear the worst for Harry Ward, but he's settled down. One dart in hand, double 16 for 2-1.
Game shot in the third
Beautiful.
leg. Harry Ward.
And an important breaker throw as well. He knows that he's got to break it at some point. Break is only as good as the next
Fourth leg, it's
hold
Harry to
behind
throw
it. So
first. Game on.
It's half the job done.
it's 60% of the job done almost, isn't it, really? It's 60% of the job done, and the 40% now is to hold your own.
57.
So I think breaking is obviously bigger than holding, obviously. So I always feel it's 60% done, 40% to do now, hold your own.
Going back
100.
to the strange mentality of our sport, sometimes it's better to chase for a while than be in front and trying to defend a lead, because you treat the game totally
96.
different when you're in front.
How many times do you see a game anywhere and you're just hanging on for grim death to be in it, and you go to 5-5 and you're just thinking, get me that
58.
double, and you're sat there with 3 at tops and you absolutely lose your mind for
You're gone.
just a split 5 seconds or whatever it is, and the game is gone, and you're hitting them with one dart all the point up until then.
Yeah.
And you get 3 to win it, and somehow you choke it.
Yep. So many times you see here, someone will go 3 from 3, match double, nowhere near.
56.
Yeah, 3 misses, and all of a sudden you've gone from 100% down to 50% in a heartbeat.
Yeah, it does. Absolutely.
100.
Play murders with the mind, this sport. But in a sadistic kind of way. That's why we like it, I think.
Oh, 137.
He needs
Harry
another
require
trouble. He
108.
finds one. You think he's going to have to take the 150 out if he gets a go. Trouble 19 leaves double 16. That's a beautiful dart. Goes back to his original hockey position. Sights the double.
92.
This time inside. But
require
nice to see him
150.
aggressively go for it rather than just sort of try and throw it in the general direction.
Yeah, agreed. He's been good on 16s, and he's got to stay there, surely. It's double 15. This would be massive.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
Oh,
Jordan
my word.
Brooks.
How good
Rubs his
was
hands
that?
there together. How good was that for a break back?
Fifth leg, it's Jordan to throw first. Game on.
And Jordan Brooks here is just hanging in and hanging in. It's just what we were talking about moments ago.
Yeah, he's just watched his opponent miss double 16 for 3-1. He has produced the
60.
highest finish of the night. I thought the 140 from Luke Littler was good on the back of the 3 treble 18s to hit a
85.
further 2 and double 16, but in the context of the match, that was just simply stunning.
And his position within the group and everything, when you just throw all that into the equation,
Yep.
that makes that shot even more special. And you just feel with Brooks that
100.
he had that in his head in that moment, not knowing. He told himself that's going.
Yeah.
And that's why he went that moment in that 5 seconds.
125.
He got the game right in his head.
And I think he's that kind of player. I say there was spells in Group B, where you could really see him just psychologically
59.
be in the zone. And he was certainly in the zone there. I say his night may well have
83.
depended on that shot. If he ends up winning this match and qualifying for the semi-finals tonight, it will be because of that 150.
$79.
But he has lost the throw here to Harry Ward. And he is in a precarious position.
83.
Been unlucky a couple of times there, Harry Ward, with that last start. Whether he's just gone with it a little and it's pushed it over to the ones, but nothing separates in the averages.
No. Hardly anything at all.
100.
Hardly
Harry
anything
require
separating them
125.
in the scoreline, whether we're talking about legs or what they've got left.
65.
Finishing.
Jordan, you require 103.
Well. 2 from 4 for Harry Ward, 2 from 2 for Jordan Brooks. Can he get another ton topper?
$41. Harry requires 60.
So Ward with 60. Having to come across that one is locking him a little. He will then dance back along the oche for double 10, back to his regular position.
40.
Doing the slide.
Jordan, you requires
Got
62.
away from him there a little bit for Harry. A chance that Jordan Brooks was not expecting.
Well, he wanted 66 and he's gone for the ball and unfortunately hit a 4, which means he's only going to get now. Well, he's not even going to get one dart at a double.
30. Harry required 20.
Ward it is for double
Game
10,
shot
and he's
the
not going to
fifth
make
leg.
mistakes
Harry Ward.
while people around him are making mistakes themselves.
Six-legged Harry to throw
breaks
first.
after
Game on.
2 comfortable holds, and Harry Ward has the darts to put himself through to the semi-finals and take Luke Littler with him.
96.
I have to say that was a comfortable break as well. And what will be going through Jordan Brooks' mind after not really getting a dart after 62? He's going
Well,
to have
it
to
all
get-
went wrong on 66 with 1 dart left in his hand.
97.
You know, I think there's just better options than the bullseye on that occasion. And even if he'd have gone for a
30.
treble 10 and gone either side and hit a single 6 or a single 15, at least 1 dart would have then given him 2 at a double.
Yeah, he'd have been better off. It was like
100.
sometimes in that situation, it's like jumping in the bunker with your driver, isn't it, really?
Yeah, great analogy. Sometimes you just got to take
58.
your medicine and lay out.
Yeah.
But he's now stolen the darts. Oh, we're going to get another break.
140.
And if we get another break, who wants to throw first in the last one? Not me, mate. Not me.
Yeah, you're right.
140. Jordan require 164.
No, you're right, pal. You can have the honour. Where you go.
No, you go. No, you go. No, you go.
It was like your match with Peter Manley at the World Seniors.
We just didn't have a clue what was up there. Well, I had a good idea.
128.
Peter,
I'm sure he did as well.
Peter had a good idea. He was just trying to make me think I didn't have a good idea.
Well, on the back of disappointment, Jordan Brooks here,
100.
97 ton,
Jordan requires
140,
36.
128 to leave 36.
Game
That
shot the
is
6th leg.
superb.
Jordan Brooks.
It is a 4th consecutive break of throw, and we go to a decider.
But that was a 13. That was a 13
7th
dart
and
leg. So
final
very
leg is
impressive.
Jordan
Well,
to throw first.
that's what he wants here, isn't it?
Game on.
Look, you want to go as long as you get a dart at 15.
Yeah.
You feel you've done your job here with the throw. That means Harry will have to do a 12.
58.
My mentality in these situations, just at least one treble of the turn.
My mentality is a safe ton.
120.
It's a 120 on the floor. Harry Ward, a safe ton.
A non-aggressive, not over the top.
Big 20, small
Big
20, treble
small
20.
20,
Yeah.
yeah, with the last one.
Yeah.
Here we go. And that is my mentality.
Give it a fist bump with a terrible ton.
No, I don't do that. I used to do that, and then everybody started it in 140s right behind me, so I'm not doing that anymore.
80.
Only 80 from Harry. But he's 82 in front, minus these on the Brooks throw.
96.
That was minimum, but it's not enough.
Got to say, Harry looks a little bit more comfortable against the throw this leg than when he had it last leg.
Yeah.
$59.
Well, it's in your hands, Harry. 2 visits from here.
97.
And just what we were talking about, a big, last, painful treble.
It is like a punch in the guts.
40.
Well, unless
Harry require
Ward has an
104.
absolute disaster, it should be done and dusted.
82.
Well, I know it's a treble, but all sorts of things can go wrong on double 11.
Brooks now taking his time. He knows he's got to leave something handy here.
85. Harry
A little
requires
overzealous.
22.
So it's 22. I'm sure he'll go straight for it.
Game shot and the match.
And does,
Harry
and
Ward
wins the match on that double 11. It was 16 dart breaker throw to get Harry Ward over the line and in to tonight's semi-finals. All the 8s for Harry Ward. 88.88. No 180s from Harry, just the one from Jordan Brooks. But the finishing from both outstanding. Well, next up we return to Group 1, and this match is all about position. Chris Gilliland takes on Andy Barnes.
Hello again, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we now know our 4 semi-finalists for Week 8. That's after the first 4 matches have completed everything. 2 players losing their first 2 games, James Richardson and Jordan Brooks, who you have to say was unfortunate. Good performances against both Luke Littler and Harry Ward, but they will now battle it out in Group 2 to see who tops the group, and the same will happen in Group 1. Chris Gilliland and Andy Bartons jostling for position and, of course, having the throw in the final 4. And, of course, to see if we do get that collision course between Bartons and Littler in the final, which is what a lot of people have been expecting this week. Bartons, in fact, is playing in the very next match, and the Belgian, well, he's got a very special supporter with him here this week. We have got a very special guest here tonight at the MODUS Super Series, the world's biggest darts fan. Jackie from Belgium, everybody knows you as a darts fan. You've been to all the big venues, but welcome to the Super Series.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here, to be honest. Didn't expect to come, but the guys want me to come, and sure, it's for Andy and Geert, of course. So they want me to come, so I said, all right, I'm going. I'm going to take it to there. Just tell us how long you've been a big fan of darts and where it's taking you in your life. Okay. Well, after my accident, after my work accident, I couldn't do the sport myself anymore. I did other sports because I did physical sports. I couldn't do that anymore. It was gone. I did karate, basketball, and couldn't do that anymore. My leg was totally gone. So I should find something else, and then I came up with darts, and so it happens. And then I began to start following all the big tournaments. I think I probably, from the big ones, I did them all. Ali Pali, Lakeside, Germany, yeah, you name them. I did them. And now here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, I mean, this is very different, isn't it? It's all of those tournaments, massive crowds, but this is really different, up close and personal. Yeah, to be honest, I was a bit shocked because at the first time they didn't let me in because they won't let guests allowed. Just Saturday nights, just Saturday. Oh, okay, sorry for that. But anyway, I'm glad to be here now, and we're going to go here for the man. There we go for. Yeah, no, well, if you hadn't worked out who he's supporting, it obviously is Andy Bartons. Let's have a quick chat about Andy and darts in Belgium, because it suddenly seems to be in a very good place. Yeah, it is. But to be honest, Andy is the coming up man, because he's playing brilliant darts, to be honest, and you can't watch over him. To be honest, he's a very good player. And, of course, tonight maybe he's a favourite, but you have to be careful all the time. Yeah, he's got... They're all dangerous players in here, so... Particularly a certain 16-year-old Luke Littler. That's the one, the young guy, the youngster. Yeah, he also came up quickly, very quickly, because I was a bit shocked of that. Said, wow, he's a good player. But... we will see who come on top. We will. So as we can see, he's supporting the Belgian beast, Andy Bartons. Look, have a good night. Pleasure to have you here, and thanks for joining us. Thank you, my friend. It's a pleasure to be here. Hi, guys. See you all later. Off he's gone. Yeah, that was me talking to Jackie from Belgium earlier this evening before the night got underway, and it looks like he'll be sticking around a little bit because Andy Bartons is through to the semi-finals, just playing to see who will win Group 1 in this match against Chris Gilliland, with Chris Mason and Scott Mitchell talking you through the action.
Thank you very much, Murph. Thoroughly enjoyed that interview with Jackie. He's an absolute legend, lovely man, and, well, I dare say there's not too many bigger supporters.
First leg, it's Chris to throw first.
Just to mark your cards.
Game on.
The winner of this match will top Group 1 and play the runner-up of Group 2 in our first semi-final. The runner-up of this match will play
60.
The winner of Group 2 in semi-final number 2. I can assure you, there is that obvious idea.
140.
The players will think about it. Trust me, you don't. You just want to win.
Yeah, indeed you do. And Going back to that interview with Jackie, he's been around forever, as long as I can remember.
95.
I've been playing on the circuit, and that hat has become synonymous and famous to him. And he actually lost it on one occasion on a trip to
58.
Lakeside. I don't know whether it was on the train or on the tube. And a big appeal went out amongst all the dart players about Jackie getting that hat back, and it got returned to Lakeside. You know, a day and a half later or something. It was amazing.
Yeah, he's had that hat forever, and yeah, you're right. He lost it on the train, and a massive social media campaign went
133.
out. And it was recovered and returned. Absolutely incredible. One of the good stories. Be
85.
Good
And he required
story if
170.
Chris Gilliland went on to win it this week on the back of being as Northern Ireland captain.
98.
Week
Because you
that will
require
be for him.
121.
Only a week he won't forget. Needed the treble for the ball.
57.
Not to be, but
And he requires 72.
72 for Bartons, and he's gone treble 12 route, and now it's tops.
52. Because you require 64.
Not to be.
Can Chris Gilliland dodge a bit of a bullet here? He probably feared the worst. Tops. So good on this.
24. And he
going
required
towards the
20.
8 on the 24, which he obviously wanted to lead the tops.
Yep.
15.
See, players like
Chris, you
James
require
Wade
40.
and Edwin Price do that. Literally actively seek out the treble 8. Double 10.
Game show on the first leg.
And he
Chris
eventually
Gilliland.
holds, but not before 4 missed darts at a double. Uncharacteristically. from
Second
Andy
against Andy to
Bartons.
throw first.
Yeah,
Game
we were just crunching the numbers and just looking at how Jordan Brooks has played tonight. And
99.
credit to him. We worked it out. His running average for the night is around about 94 and change, and 5 out of 5 on the doubles. He was 2 from 2 against
100.
Littler, 3 from 3 against Harry Ward. He had that 150, 3 180s for the night,
58.
and
Those sorts of stats have got people to semi-finals and finals, and that hasn't even got Jordan Brooks a leg. It's just unbelievable, isn't it?
yeah,
Whoa!
very tough
180.
score as we get our first max of the match. Both these players are through to the
96.
semi-finals if you're just joining us. This is Group 1. Andy Bartons in the opening match of this group beat James Richardson 4-1. Then Chris Gilliland beat James Richardson 4-1. They are playing now for position.
85.
Winner of this will play the first semi-final.
I said about Bartons' flights earlier. I think he might have changed them. They don't look so beat up.
140.
You're right.
Which
They were black,
136.
weren't they? The lights he used in the earlier matches. You might want to put the old ones back in.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know whether they're black. I just know they were beat to death, and those ones don't look like it. So either he's got a lighter out
104.
trimmed
And he
them up
required
or something. I
108.
don't know. Remember people used to do that, didn't they? Just take the edge off them with their lighter.
Yeah. Tops.
68.
That's a
Which required 32.
5th missed dart at a double.
Chris
Game
Gilliland
show
here
on the
has got to
second
be
leg.
commended.
Chris Gilliland.
He's keeping Andy under pressure. Every time that Andy's going for a double, he turns over.
Third against
Gilliland
Chris
is on
to
one.
throw
And
first. Game on.
Andy's shaking his head there, and he shook his head going back towards the table, and I think Chris was doing all he could do not to have a little smirk to himself or a smile, because he knows
You
he's
could
got
see
him
he
in
was, he was trying to engage him, wasn't he?
140.
it was a strange little moment, but yeah. Bartons is back in the lipstick again.
140. $91.
Again, Gilliland just
45.
keeping Andy Barton's honest here. He is just forcing the odd mistake out of him, Scott, just because of this. He's not giving him any breathing space at all.
135.
And that's good match play.
Yeah, indeed.
100, because you require 135.
Didn't need to go that way in the situation. But I think once you get a
55.
mindset, I tend to always go for the shot that's on there, because otherwise if you kind of don't do that, you're trying to show your opponent that you don't believe you can actually hit it.
100, because you require 80.
Amazing the differing approaches and mindset from each individual
Game
player.
show on the third
That's really
leg.
clinical.
Chris
It was a bit
Gilliland.
of a dodgy opening leg, but since then, Chris Gilliland has produced legs of
Fourth leg, it's Andy
13
to throw
darts in leg
first.
2.
Game on.
A 14 darter in leg 3. Now, although the instant reaction we are, well, they're both through anyway, it doesn't matter. If
97.
these two end up meeting in the final, this performance will have some effect and, well, maybe
81.
how Andy Bartons would approach the match.
Yeah, definitely. And this also affects who gets the throw
58.
semi-finals, doesn't it? And that's
Yep.
when over this short format, it's just so important to keep your throw in. And we saw that with last weekend's Saturday night with
28.
Andy Bolton pretty much doing everything he needed to do to keep that throw right until the final.
Well, the scenario could well be if
140.
Gilliland goes on to win and then Littler beats Harry Ward, Chris Gilliland would be throwing second against Littler. And you
81.
want every advantage possible, of course. And the throw is so important in these short races.
132.
Barton's definitely favourite for this leg.
46. And he requires 74. Game shot on the
Eventually
fourth leg. Andy
finds
Bartons.
a double at the 6th time of asking in this match. Very nice leg. 15 dart.
Fifth leg, it's Chris to
Only
throw
a
first.
hold.
Game on.
So Chris will be safe in the knowledge that if he doesn't hold here, he's going to have another crack in leg 7.
121.
Yeah, you wouldn't think like that, though. You would think, I want to get this done and over and dusted right now.
123.
I notice Barton's throwing a little bit quicker now. A little bit more rhythmic.
$59. $95. $60. $99.
Pretty much. Stolen throw. Is there going to be a twist to this tie? It was one-way traffic for 3 legs.
180.
Perfect timing.
Perfect answer to our question there. He had stolen the throw. Oh, and this is good again.
136.
This
Which
one
require
has been
81.
a slow burner, but we've definitely got some hot coals on this barbecue now.
$75.
Would have been a
And he
beautiful way to
required
finish it off.
48.
Would have been 2-6-1 in 5.
Game shot on
As
the
it
fifth
is,
leg.
he's
Andy
now
Barton.
501 points away again.
Jackie, you can see they're out of his seat.
Civ
For his
leg, it's
man,
Andy to throw
He knows that was a big moment
Game
in the
on.
game. With him having the darts in leg 6.
2 match darts have
58.
come and gone for Gilliland, but only 58 from Andy. A chance for Chris to jump all over that. And although his darts look like they're fairly horizontal,
81.
they're actually not. As you can see from that angle, they're well below vertical. So anything under the Gilliland isn't a problem.
140.
As you can see, the angle of entry for Andy Barton's, they're very neutral, aren't they? They're almost perfectly flat.
With that, it does give you
96.
options as well.
Yeah. Looking at the 19s.
57.
Yeah, you never, when they're sort of fairly flat, neither are a problem. I can assure you from his eye line, he can still see plenty of the treble 20.
180.
Right on cue. What a beautiful shot from our producers.
Beautiful shot of a beautiful shot.
A beautiful shot of a beautiful shot
92.
indeed.
Because you require 144.
Gilliland in turn now has stolen the march on Barton's, but really needs a significant treble here.
94.
And finds it last
and he requires
start.
154.
Very nice last start. Though, will it all be in vain? No.
98.
So,
Which require
10
50.
and tops to win an absolute blinder. There's the single 10. Going to need the double 10.
40.
Oh, that's
And he
4
required
match
56.
darts now.
Jackie out of his seat again for his man. Barton
16.
Bend the wire.
absolutely
Which
bent the
required
wire. I didn't
10.
think you could bend these ones.
Yeah, he's taken a second look at that. 2 5s. Not the nicest double in the world, but if you like tops, just a little bit to the left. 2s never lose.
6. And he require 40.
They might hear.
That's a few match darts he's had now.
Game
As
shot on the
Barton's
sixth
taking
leg.
this.
Andy
You feel the
Barton.
tide is just turning into the favour of Barton's, even though Gilliland has the throw.
7th and final leg. It's
He
Chris to
also
throw
has
first.
the disappointment of
Game
knowing
on.
he had 5 there to win the match.
He's at 7 in total.
45.
What creeps into the mindset is, oh, it's not meant to be. Latest result from Germany. Luke Humphries
139.
taking care of Marco Cantala 6-1. See, just a bit of frustration, and I don't blame him either.
30.
For the most part, he's been the better player.
Whether he wins or loses this leg, the important thing is
140.
he's still in, so he mustn't let his head drop.
I think Littler beats Ward.
134.
That the main issue that would be, in my mind, well, if I'd have won this match, I may well avoid
45.
Luke Littler. I don't care how ambitious you are. There's an opportunity to avoid the better player. You want to do it.
95.
Yeah, of course, that's just a natural instinct, I think, from any dart player.
Absolutely.
137.
Barton's now thrown that little bit of extra pace. He's got that little bit of extra confidence,
44.
having got himself back
Andy
in.
Require,
Yeah, William
40.
and Little are alike in that department. They can just
Game
switch through the
shot
gears,
of the
and he
match.
finishes it off
Andy
with a
Barton.
13 darter, a very good all three win in the end against a Chris Gilliland, who ultimately had 7 match darts across 2 legs to get the win against Andy Barton. So we know the winner of Group 1 is Andy Bartons, and he will play the runner-up of our next match, which will be Harry Ward against Luke Littler.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where I'm delighted to be joined by Andy Bartons. Andy, congratulations through to the semi-finals. How are you feeling?
Thank you. Yeah, the game against Chris, the first two legs, I missed my doubles, like 4 and 5. Chris misses doubles, I took it, so I'm through. Chris also, we will see.
You're in very, very good form at the moment. Coming into this, you'd won 4 WDF tournaments in a row, and you've played some fantastic stuff here as well. You must be confident of going all the way tonight.
Yeah, the last 3-4 months I play very well. I train a lot, so we will see tonight.
Just tell us a bit about your preparation, because I know you've got DeVos here with you and Jackie as well supporting you in your corner.
Yeah, today we train 2-3 hours in the pip over there, so I'm feeling good today.
And just looking ahead to the semi-finals and potentially the final, everybody's been talking about maybe you and Luke Little are playing. Is that what you expect to be happening tonight?
I don't know. Ward is also a good player. Little, yeah, is a super player. We will see.
And what would it mean to you to win the trophy at the end of the evening?
Yeah, that was amazing. Must I play like I can play? I can win today. We will see.
Well, good luck. Congratulations. We'll see you in the semi-finals. Andy Bartons in beast mode at the moment here at the Super Series. We're going to get the final match of the next group going now. Harry Ward is about to take on Luke Little. Same situation as this man's just been in. Whoever wins it will top Group 2. Whoever loses it will have to face Andy.
Yes, and that is the straightforward scenario. As everybody starts to take their seats for this one. This is a cracking tie. A real big matchup. Harry himself, an accomplished youth player, of course. Up against probably the most successful youth player we have seen in recent times.
First leg, it's Harry to throw
Certainly
first.
nothing he hasn't
Game
won
on.
at youth level. He's about to possibly reach the semi-finals for the third.
140.
He's definitely in the semi-finals, but potentially make the final for the third time of asking in 3 attempts. Trust me, I
60.
can't tell you how hard it is just to make the one. Never mind going to win it, then win Champions Week. And of course, already in the semi-finals tonight.
100.
It depends on the outcome of this one, who he will play. If he wins, he plays Gilliland.
82.
If he loses, he plays Andy Bartons.
Of all the players in here tonight, you have when you're a player and you've played well somewhere, you have
30.
favourite places, and with Littler's track record here, this has got to be one of his favourite places to play, and that's why we're seeing him play like he is. Surely,
180.
Well, perfect example of that is Matt Clark. Look at his record here. Yesterday was the first time he failed to make the Saturday night.
140.
yeah, but that was only by the width of a fag paper as well, wasn't it? I mean,
absolutely.
it was so tight. It was what a group that
139. Harry required 91.
Oh, Luke Littler pressuring the throw of Ward, and he needs a treble to get on a double. He could go double-double, of course. No, it's not his style.
51. Look, you require 40.
This man loves a double-double, but only needs one of them. Tops it is.
20.
Well, that's a rare one.
Harry
He's missed
required
it.
40.
So his top's Harry's style.
I like it.
No score.
He can't find the target.
You require 20.
Wow, just yeah, he was off. Get the rods out, reel him back. Oh my goodness!
Score.
All three of them are touching the wire.
Harry required 40.
Well, he was chuckling after the second one. He was absolutely wetting himself after the third one there. He couldn't believe it hadn't gone, and nor could we. Here we go again.
Game shot on the first leg. Harry Ward.
Bizarre, but it ultimately is a hold for Harry. 6.
Second
He
against
starts
Luke to throw
at a
first.
double, and
Game on.
he had spells like this in Group A, where if he wasn't popping it for a start,
99.
he was having a few issues, and very much like that visit on double 10, he ultimately was all over them.
60.
They're not bad thrown darts, are they?
No.
It's not like the whole situation has got to him. I mean, blimey, you couldn't have put them any closer by hand by just walking up there and plonking them in. So
No, they were all three were butted up against the wire. Sometimes
58.
that's the fine margins that this sport can frustrate you with.
and it's the where's my luck moments that turn your head.
56.
Yeah. Again, he does have that level of maturity beyond his years that he would just brush those moments aside and get on with the job. And the job in hand right now is to convert this lead
138.
into a leg.
And on the other side of things, on the mentality with Harry Ward,
43.
he's been on the
Luke
Pro
requires
Tours.
68.
And yeah, Luke's great. But and I don't mean this in any disrespect.
Game's on the second leg.
But he would have
Luke
faced
Littler.
players of that standard and above at the Pro Tours. So where other players may fear Littler a little more,
Third against Harry to
would.
throw first.
Yeah, he won't
Game
have
on.
that fear factor. He's traded blows with the best of them, your MVGs, your Gezi Prices,
140.
Michael Smiths, Barney, all of them. And he would have seen this
100.
all before. There's nothing you could hit Harry Ward with that someone else hasn't already hit him with. And that's the advantage
27.
of experience.
And Harry's still here to tell the tale. That is the point of that.
Listen, he's not on the Pro Tour
42.
through choice.
No, very true, and people forget that. People do forget that. You don't get a pro. You don't get a tour
58.
card winning one in a raffle.
And you don't win a Pro Tour either. I get him one in a lucky dip.
125. $40.
And I think for Harry, it's just all about getting back up to speed, isn't it? And just getting used to this environment again. And
134.
just getting used to the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for me, I've never had a break in the years that I've been playing, but obviously you have, and you're now coming back with the senior stuff
60.
and everything. So,
Look, you require
you would
100.
probably know more about having a break than I would.
Yeah. What the hard
60.
thing is to do is to reapply and dedicate yourself, and where before you would sort of have your days mapped out and know what you're doing. You'd have sort
39.
of practice sessions
you require
pre-booked
40.
in with players, and you would sort of
Game shot on the
allot that
third
time
leg. Luke Littler.
to the board in preparations for upcoming tournaments, Pro Tours,
Fourth leg
TV
is Luke
tournaments,
to throw
etc.
first. Game on.
Now you sort of think, oh, well, no, I can't be bothered. And that's the truth of it. You just sort of you just
190.
lose that drive. But of course, that's my point of view for Harry, where we haven't spoke about where his ambitions are, and he hasn't, and rightly so. He just wants to see where it now takes him.
And again, I think that's a great attitude, really. You know, that's the right attitude to have, I think.
He is only 26.
Yeah. That was another thing I was going to mention. You know, we're talking about Luke being, you know, his junior, but, you
half
know.
my age.
Yeah, exactly.
45.
Mine too. Oh, what would it be like now? We'd have started again now, mate. 26. We'd love to be 26 now, wouldn't you?
Wow.
100.
So how old I was when I won my first ranking event, and yeah, I'd love my time again.
Back in our day, the game was built more around the team game.
180.
If you did well within your individual teams, that individually in your team, that took you somewhere as an individual because of what you were doing for your team. And darts just isn't that way anymore.
No, that's why it's, you know, very tough for a lot of the county sides out there to allocate
60.
or find enough players.
Require
because
120.
The game's evolved and changed, and people's priorities have changed. They want the option of
62. Harry, require 121.
Qualifying for something like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Your problem you have with your county game now is that your UKDA is not.
80.
Just stop myself there. The UKDA is now not affiliated to like Scotland, England, Wales, whatever. So it has no relevance for picking for international teams to a certain extent.
54.
Unless the countries decide they want to use that as a so the ball is in the country's court. It's a very difficult time for all of those at the moment.
33.
Again, with the county system, when they had the opportunity to restructure it, should have regionalised it.
Game show on the 4 flag.
And like everything needs to become monetised so they're self-sufficient. There's another
5th leg, it's
issue.
Harry to throw first.
It's the cost of playing county.
Game on.
Bloody expensive with very little at the end. You know, we all played county for that dream of getting picked for your country.
97.
And even then, it wasn't a guarantee if your face didn't fit.
No, absolutely, and for the qualifiers for Lakeside, and you know, if you did a 9 out of 9 in
60.
that year, and all those sorts of doors that open for you within it, if you were a top county player.
Yeah, exactly. The top county players got automatic invite to the qualifiers.
96.
It was just a progression. Being good in your county was a progression, and had an end product.
Well, you go back to the early parts of the indoor league, and even the early parts of Bullseye. If you were in England international, there was every chance you would get an invite into either the indoor league or
180,
or of course Bullseye, because there wasn't really anything else.
That must have been amazing. 100.
Harry, require 128.
That must have been amazing.
Second 180
82.
for Harry Ward. And he's dominating this leg, but it will be Littler in leg 6.
64. Harry required
with the advantage
46.
of throw.
Mistake there from Ward. He's only going to get one dart.
Game show.
One dart was all he needed.
Harry Ward.
He holds his own throw.
Good one it was. A 15 dart hold.
6th leg is Luke to throw first. Game on.
Equals the best leg of the match. A 15 in leg 2 for Luke Littler.
59.
Yeah, the throw for the 9 darts and the bronze bully became, I would imagine, quite big between the players at the
39.
time as well.
Well, it opened many doors for exhibitions and many other things.
92.
It was huge in the sport.
And we know that it's probably difficult to do, but we know the sun always shines on TV. if you're a dart player, as how everybody else sees it.
Well, some weeks it would do 15, 16 million bullseye. And that's when you only add, you know, 3 channels.
Absolutely. I was out in the crowd earlier before we started, and one of the guys sort of mentioned that I brought a tractor for my dad with the World Championship winning money.
93.
I said, yeah, I think at the time it was about 3.5 million. Watched the BBC then and watched me win it. And I went on Country File 3 months later with the keys and threw those at my dad. And that was watched by 10.5 million. Just throwing a set of keys at my dad. It's unbelievable, really.
Yeah.
$60. Look, you require $70. Game shot on the match.
And he started to throw the flatties there towards the back end of that match and gets over the line, winning 4 legs to 3, 4 legs to 2, with an average 86.44, a little bit below par. He's going to have to find another gear in the semi-finals, and we know those semi-finals now. It will be Andy Barton's up against Harry Ward. It will be Luke Littler up against Chris Gilliland. We'll be back after a short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on what has been a super Saturday so far. Mace, we'll take a look at the results. Look, the outcome has been as expected, but Luke Littler and Andy Bartons have been pushed at times tonight. Yeah,
it's sort of how we thought it may go, but it's sort of not gone how we expected. Yeah, I have to feel a little bit for Jordan Brooks. I thought he was fabulous tonight, but just walked into a very, very good Luke Littler and of course, a very good Harry Ward. But, yeah, a little bit disappointed with the Luke Littler-Harry Ward match, but it's something we picked up with Luke Littler, unless there's something on it, he just doesn't tend to really motivate himself as much. And I think in the earlier matches, we saw what he's capable of when there's something on the line.
And maybe also for Harry Ward as well. Let's not forget he lost 4-0 when he was already through in Group C.
Yeah, exactly that, you know, and you can't ignore those kind of things. If they happen once, you sort of go, oh, well, but when they happen a couple of times, you can sort of, you know, some players are like that. They need that adrenaline. There needs to be something on it. And there was nothing on those matches apart from position, but also avoiding Andy Barton's in the semi-final.
Yeah, something on all of the matches now. Semi-finals coming up a little after 10 o'clock. They'll get started. Are we going to see that final that we all kind of wanted to see?
Well, the semi-finals, by hook or by crook, have worked out that way, haven't they? And I certainly wouldn't be shocked. I thought Chris Gilliland played very, very well a little earlier, so Luke's going to have to be careful in that one. I'm not sure Harry's quite in the form to trouble Andy Barton's, who again, he looks like Littler. They've got another gear when it's needed.
So, are you sticking with what you said at the top of the show?
I am, yep.
There we go then. Well, we've heard from Andy Barton's already, having gone through to the semi-finals. And earlier this week, I caught up with our reigning champion here at the MODUS Super Series, a 16-year-old sensation that is Luke Littler, who's looking to defend his crown. Here with Luke Littler, the champion of MODUS Super Series 3. Luke, I just want to take you back to when you came here for the first time, walked into this empty room in your group stage. What were your feelings about just playing in the MODUS Super Series?
Well, the first time I arrived, it was cold in here. Obviously, it was a new experience. And then, obviously, I've always topped my group ever since I've been here. But obviously, I think I've just settled, and the stage, it's probably one of the best I've played on.
You have played on other big stages as well, notably the Lakeside last year. Before you got the invite, how much of an ambition was it to come and be part of this? Because we do tend to get the best players now who don't have PDC Tour cards.
Yeah, well, obviously I wouldn't say no to it. Obviously the money's there. Obviously, young age, I can win the money. Obviously I have. And obviously I can't thank you lot enough for inviting me.
Just 16 years of age to be doing what you've been doing in darts. How have you felt it's just gone on from this level to be beating players that are much more experienced than you?
Well, my form's just gone on, and obviously I see people have bad patches and it can really go downhill, but I've just not had a bad patch, and hopefully I don't get one, fingers crossed.
And then I just want to take you back to that Saturday night when you played on the Champions Week. So obviously you've played your first week, then you get through to Champions Week. Saturday night you come in, it was packed, wasn't it? There was a real good atmosphere.
Yeah, the atmosphere was good. And in the semis against Darrell, the second group game, I needed a leg to guarantee 9-dart shootout. I needed 2 legs to go through. So after that, I just thought to have a bit of fun. And obviously the crowd loved it. And then in the semis and final, they were on me back as a good thing, and it helped me to victory.
Was that your style anyway, or did the crowd being there sort of encourage you to do that, you know, trying those fanciful finishers, couple of bullseyes here and there?
Well, the crowd, obviously, any crowd loves like finishes, what I done. But they were making even more noise, and obviously when I pinged the 111, they were even louder.
Yeah, and obviously then when they were the most loud was when you won the event, played Jacob Taylor in the final, won it 4-1, fantastic performance as well. Have you watched the winning moment back yet?
Yeah, a few times.
A few times. Well, let's do it again and just talk us through what was going on in your head when you were first going for this finish and then hitting it. You can see the emotion there, can't you?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. £20,000. Obviously, I had loads of friends from school watching as well. They all messaged me afterwards as well.
Where does it rank for you in terms of your days in darts so far?
At the top, it has to be. It's my biggest win. I've obviously won a few youth tournaments. I've won Irish Open when I was 14, the Welsh Open, but this is the best I've done so far.
And then, obviously, having won the title, you get the chance to defend it. You've come back here again to try and do that, something that nobody's done so far. How big a target is that?
Well, it's obviously big, and obviously you've seen the group today. It's really tough. Leonard, me, Gert de Vos, James and Chris. Obviously, it's going to be tough the next 3 days, and whoever tops it is obviously the best man out of the 3 days.
Do you expect from yourself to be, you've been made the favourite to win this group, and go on and win the week. Do you expect that from yourself?
Well, obviously, I've just got to play my darts and see how we go on. Obviously, I do want to top the group because the day's rest do help, but I've never played Thursday, Friday.
It's a strange thing in the MODUS Super Series because you don't want to be here sort of next year and the year after. Just tell us about what your ambitions are in the immediate future.
Obviously, I'm in a good place for a tour card on the development tour, so obviously that's my aim. But at the start of the year was just development tour was just a learning curve. But obviously, I'm sat in second after 15 events, so I'm in a good position. I've just got to keep it going.
I have to say, when I watch you play with a certain sort of maturity, like you belong on the stage, and listening to your talk as well, you have that. How important has it been to have a sort of an older head on young shoulders, and where do you get that from?
I couldn't tell you. I just thought I've always been myself. I've always been how I have.
And that experience of winning this Champions Week last time and playing here at the MODUS Super Series, how much do you think that will do for your career going forward in terms of experience?
It's obviously a lot of experience through the week. There's no one here, so you just got to knuckle down and hope you get to Saturday. And obviously I've been to Saturday twice and obviously won the big one, and the crowd was there. It's like 200 people. Sounded a lot more.
And you've been, as you said, in entertaining the crowd. Is that kind of what you hope to be your identity as a darts player? Of course, first and foremost, you want to win matches, but do you feel that you should entertain?
Well, obviously, if I'm confident going for the finishes, then I'll obviously entertain. But I've just got to make sure that I'm not falling behind in a game, and then obviously I'll do what I want.
He's doing it. 100% he's doing it.
63.
He's hit his last 4 darts at the ball. He's gone bull 11 bull, and now he wants 3 bulls. There's one of them. This is ridiculous. Oh!
Rubbish.
What's all the hype
91.
about? Did win it. It made quite a lot of headlines. People talking about 16-year-old winning the MODUS Super Series. Other people will say, all the people like me and pundits talk about you, and that puts pressure on you. Do you ever feel that?
No, obviously I see the betting. Obviously, our favourite to probably win the week twice, but obviously it's not how it goes. Obviously, Andy won 5 out of 5, played brilliant. I've won 4 out of 5. Obviously, there's still another 2 days to go.
Yeah, and if you do get through and you get there on the Saturday, make it to Champions Week
To
again.
let you guys know, play is going to resume at 10.
How much would that mean to you?
Unbelievable. Obviously, Conan couldn't do it. Obviously, I'm next on MODUS instead of Raymond Smith. Obviously, he's got a long way to travel if he does get an invite back. But I'd love to. But I've just got to knuckle down for this week now.
There is knuckling down, entertaining. I'm sure we'll see plenty more of him at the MODUS Super Series. Thanks for your time, Luke.
Thank you.
Hi there, good evening and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series, where we've got a decent crowd here, all cheering on the action and have been for the first 6 matches tonight. We're down to our semi-final stage and viewers on Sporty Stuff TV are about to see those. But before we do, let us just show you what happened in our group games.
Games on the third leg. Andy Barton's.
Form on throw continues. I had a little dabble with that. I come from a motorsport family, and yeah, it wasn't for me.
Game shot on the match.
This opening match is for Andy Barton's. He wins it very comfortably, 4-1. And credit to them both. They carried themselves superbly. And I watched this man get edged out.
65. Look, you require 140.
I've never known the sport be in such safe hands. And double 16.
Game shot the second
5
leg.
consecutive double 18s and double 16.
There we got some young fella called Dave Jenner as our president, and he keeps on at us.
Game
He even came over from
Jordan
Cyprus to come
Yes,
to Cambridge with us for the last game. He's such a great guy.
I did hear. Then he would have to have crossed his fingers.
Game shot
Littler
on the
pops it in 13, just when we thought he was in a spot of bother.
And it be to your advantage.
Yeah, I think in so sort of in approach play, rather than sort of go out all out aggressive, you can play more of a averaging 95.5. Well, you asked the question, Scott,
on the fourth
is
leg.
it a disadvantage not having played a game?
Looking like he's got the job done here.
And
he has.
Shot on the match.
He's been mustered on tops all week. No change here. 50% in totals on his doubles. 4 out of 8.
He required 52.
There we go then. He's gone the 20 route for double 16.
Game shot on the second leg.
Will settle him down
Harry
nicely.
Ward.
Yeah, confident enough there. 18 dart hold for a breaker throw. After leg 1, you were beginning to fear the worst for Harry Ward, but he's settled down. 1 dart in hand, double 16 for 2-1.
Game shot on the third leg. Harry Ward.
And an important breaker throw as well. He knows that he's got to break it at some point. Yeah, agreed. He's been good on 16s and he's got to stay there, surely. It's double 15. This will be massive.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Oh,
Jordan
my word.
Brooks.
That's 22. I'm sure he'll go straight for it.
Game shot on the match.
And does.
Harry
And
Ward.
wins the match on that double 11.
Because you require 80.
Amazing the differing approaches and mindset from each individual
Game
player.
shot on the third
That's really
leg.
clinical.
Chris
It was a
Gilliland.
bit of a dodgy opening leg, but
Game shot on the fourth
Eventually
leg. Andy
finds a-
Barton's.
a double are alike in that department. They can just
Game
switch through the
shot
gears,
on
and he
the
finishes it
match.
off
Andy
with a
Barton.
13 darter, a very good full 3 win in the end against a Chris Gilliland, who ultimately had 7 match darts across 2 legs.
And yeah, Luke's great. But and I don't mean this in any disrespect.
Game shot on the second leg.
But he would have
Luke
faced
Littler.
players of that standard and above at the Pro Tour.
Game shot on the match.
And he started to throw
Littler.
the flatties there towards the back end of that match.
Commentary in those games provided by Chris Mason and the man alongside me, Scott Mitchell. We'll just have a check of the results and the order of play for tonight. One of those nights, Scott, where we knew everything pretty quickly.
Yeah, it was one of those. It was predicted on the evening, and obviously, you know, we've come through to where we are with the players playing exactly how we thought they would play.
Anyone you feel a bit sorry for not making it through?
Jordan Brooks, dear oh dear. I mean, his percentage is 100% on doubles. He's averaged 94 odd, and he hasn't won a game. I mean, that does not happen to you very often in life. And I hope that he goes away from here, and that helps him in a step up in his career and not puts him backwards, because he's played great all evening.
Certainly has. Now, maybe on a collision course, Andy Barton's and Luke Little. That's what everyone's been thinking this week. Is that the way you see it going in the semis?
You would say that, but I think Luke Littler's got a bit more of a problem with Chris Gilliland for me. I mean, he's just been made Northern Ireland captain this week. He's on a high. He didn't quite get that other game right, but it wasn't a game that actually mattered. This one is now straight knockout. Chris will come out with a different attitude, and I think he could be more of a problem to Littler than maybe Harry can be to Andy Barton's.
Yeah, well, you can see from those league tables there that Gilliland, I mean, he could have swapped places, missed 5 darts, didn't he, to beat Andy Barton's earlier on, and that's taken some doing this year. As Chris said at the top of the show, just 4 defeats in 50 matches.
Look, and that we were talking about that in commentary, and the fact that if you do that in your local league, if you do that wherever, that is pretty impressive. But he's doing this away from there, and that makes that stat even more impressive. And he's been on it for 4 months. He had a little blip here earlier tonight, and he'll be hoping that's the only blip he has here.
Yeah, well, the semi-finals are getting close to getting underway. Hopefully, we'll see some big scoring and some high checkouts. But before they do get going, we are going to give you our checkout of the week competition. And if you do want to vote for the checkout of the week, then just head to our Twitter page at MSS Darts and give your option A to E. But now we're going to check out the semi-finalists as Andy Barton's, the brilliant beast, back in action, takes on Big H Harry Ward in the first of our 2 semis. And to talk you through the action, it is Chris Mason and Scott Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Murph. Very much looking forward to this first semi-final. Will this incredible run for Andy Barton's continue? Defeated just the
first leg. It's Andy to throw first
so far this week.
Game on.
Well, took a bit of revenge this evening, defeating Gilliland and James Richardson en route to the semi-final. Although there is a knockout element to those group games, especially the second and third matches, this is the first actual knockout darts the players would have played all week. You'll see Andy Barton's really switch it on here, and Harry Ward. No room for error, Mr. Mitchell.
No, I agree, and I wasn't sort of being detrimental to Harry Ward when I said the probability of the more difficult semi-final is Chris Gilliland and Luke Littler, because if Luke kind of steps off that, Chris will jump on it. But Harry's more than capable here of proving an upset, but I just think that other one was the more probable. But like we said earlier about Harry, he's been in this similar situation on the Pro Tours, and that's got to see him in good stead.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I try to avoid opinions, and our remarks or comments are based on the metrics in front of us, and they just all point to And Andy Barton's
81.
win. He's just playing at a slightly, well, better level. That's it.
And on current form and basically of what we've seen this evening, isn't it? That's what it's based on.
Well, what we've witnessed all week.
140, and he required 40.
We've seen Andy Barton's Monday to Wednesday, and we've had a look at Harry Ward
Games on the
Thursday and
first
Friday.
leg.
And
Andy Barton's.
that is a 14-dart hold. And that's pretty much
Second leg, it's
the
Harry
task
to throw
ahead.
first.
Andy upstairs when he was chatting with Chris, he did play it down a little bit. He was very sometimes the foreign players can lose a bit of English in the way that it's meant to come out. And I love the way that he was in full control of what he was saying up there, and he really wasn't predicting anything. He wasn't. He just wanted concentrating on trying to play well. And when you play well, what you get, you deserve.
Yeah, exactly. And very much his attitude. Well, we'll see.
83.
And that's the best attitude to have. You can go in there with all the confidence in the world, and well, look at Jordan Brooks tonight. Played his
57.
absolute boots off and got nothing. That's the nature of our sport.
Absolutely, but it was one of those situations for Jordan where I hope that he goes away and actually grabs more confidence from
48.
it because
And
he should. Yeah.
I agree. I absolutely agree. I've certainly seen enough of him this week to know that there is scope for him
59.
to go on and do great things.
In my experience of a dart in life, there's enough people that want to knock you down without you having to do it yourself. So
spot on.
That you should not be in a situation where you're doing it yourself.
140.
Well, there's plenty of them out there nowadays. Wow. But good solid leg this from Harry Ward. It's
90.
been a real
Harry
good
required
response
90.
after a rock solid opening. You want to do this as clean as possible, and he's not taking any risks, is he? Double five.
85, and he require 170.
We spoke earlier about playing safe stroke defensively, and that was exactly what Harry Ward did there. Just making sure.
60, Harry require
He's got to
5.
make sure of 5.
Yeah, the big one's the important one here. And you'd always back yourself with a couple of darts. If you're 50, you always back yourself to be 50-50, don't you? So he's got one left now.
No score. And he require 110.
Now your question, was it a mistake to go for the 90 in the way that he did?
I agree. Double 18.
74.
Shook the
Harry
wire.
require 5.
You got yourself in it, Big H. It's time to get yourself out of it, boy.
Well, when you leave your partner a double and they miss it, you always look at them and say, well, you left it, you hit it.
1.
That is so unlucky. That is so tight.
And his last score was 74. There we go. And he require 36.
Double 9.
Game show on the second leg.
Well, he's
Andy
really picked his
Bartons.
pocket there. And has the damage been done even this early? Because that will take quite a bit of shaking off. And
game on.
This is short course darts.
It really is. And with not having the throw,
96.
you make one small mistake and you can be 3-0 down in the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
$140.
I did see Jackie at the end of that leg, just in the back of shot. Doing a little
40.
Belgian jig there. He jumped off his seat and was dancing in the aisle. I was going to say Lionel Richie dancing on the ceiling, but it's too high a ceiling for Jackie in here.
83.
Last dart. Pretty much stolen throw. Unless, and he can find a big one. Well, irrelevant of what he hit is
60.
here. Harry Ward has the darts.
Now it's all about keeping them.
140.
Perfect.
$140. Harry Rick 138.
Should have moved out after the first one there, Mace, I think. But
yeah, I agree.
106.
He's looking at 719s to leave
98.
double 16.
Harry requires
He's left
32.
67, just in case. But he does like this side of the board. Plenty of success
on the
in
third
that
leg.
corner.
Harry Ward.
And that's a good response. That's a 14 dart break back.
Yeah, very much so. And I think we were talking about his experiences
Game on.
previously for the young man. He is only 26. And I think that came to the fore there.
Yeah, exactly what you mentioned about playing at the very elite level and dealing with disappointment.
85.
And that experience of playing on the Pro Tour coming to fruition there.
Disappointment and elation can come in minutes in this
58.
game.
Seconds.
Yeah, it's just, it's hard to explain. It's hard to explain.
Well, the margins are so fine.
57. $99. $125.
Good visit from Ward.
It's the first time we're seeing him
43.
being asked a question here, and he currently doesn't have the answers at the moment.
$44.
Had him in a world of trouble, didn't he? And couldn't put him away.
$140.
You just mentioned elation and disappointment. And he's gone from being nailed on favourite
96.
to level
And he
things
reckons
up to maybe
161.
finding himself 3-1 down. Ball.
136. Harry requires
She
94.
went through the card this week in terms of all the big finishes you've seen on that checkouts of the week.
54.
Yeah, the 160, the
And he
161, the
requires
164, the
25.
167, and a couple of 170s. That 94 could have been bigger than all of them.
Game shown the fourth
As he
leg.
finds himself
Andy Barton.
3-1 down, and more bad news. Barton's has the darts to win it 4-1.
Fifth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
With that confidence, look at him go now.
Yeah, and that's what he's been so good at all week. He's found himself in a couple of sticky situations and finds a key visit. And the key visit in that last leg was that wonderful 140.
140.
He was on 301 and Harry Ward was on 190. And you're beginning to think, well, this has got 2-2 written all over it.
46.
He doesn't back the max up with too much.
$96.
Barton's now looking to take the advantage.
120.
That's an awful. It was a dart on dart out, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, you don't see too many actual wired bounce hats anymore.
121. And he reckons
Like you say,
155.
it's dart on dart, and it just takes the energy out of the incoming dart. Trouble 19, the double. Threatened to give us a 161, double 19. For the match, Andy hits it, ends the match with a beautiful 12-darter, 50% on the doubles, an average of 93.77. It's the end of Harry Ward's campaign. Great to see him back, but it is Barton's that progresses into the final. 93.77 the average, 180, 50% on the doubles, 4 from 8, and a high finish to win it. going out with a bit of a bang. Right, when we come back after a short break, it's semi-final number 2 as Luke Littler faces Chris Gilliland.
This is the MODUS Super Series. 182.
Hello again, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen the beast Andy Bartons book his place in the final. A 4-1 win over Harry Ward to reach the money match, where he may face Luke Littler or Chris Gilliland. The pair have played each other 5 times already this week, and Littler has won 4 of those meetings, but the Ginger Ninja has looked like a potential banana skin for any of his opponents tonight. Can he knock out the reigning champion, or will Luke the Nuke move a step closer to defending his crown? We'll find out in the company of Chris Mason and Scott Mitchell.
Thank you, Chris. And yeah, the other Chris will be more than aware of the task ahead, having faced his opponent multiple times this week. It's a big ask, but we saw signs
First leg, it's Luke to throw
Chris Gilliland
first.
in that match.
Game on.
Against Andy Barton's that he could be a bit of a handful.
We know that Littler's going to come out the blocks quickly.
180.
That's exactly what he's done. We were seeing that brief interview earlier about how much he likes playing here and how it's one of his favourite throws. And
well, it was a point you picked up on. Some players
100.
love certain venues, and when you got someone of this ability who says, "Go, I just love this throw," oh dear.
yeah, it can become a problem.
And over the years, there is certain players that just genuinely play better at certain venues and
60.
Not others.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think we've all got them. I've had some really good runs in Belgium in certain venues, and in other venues they've moved to.
137.
Trouble to scorers, you know.
Yeah.
Like you find a venue, you think, I hope they stay here forever. I love this venue.
100. Look, you require
you get that
86.
with county venues over the years, don't you? Sort of away venues. There's one you play really well at.
Shown the first
And what a start this is from
Littler.
Littler. 86 out, 11 dart hold. And rightly acknowledged.
Second leg, it's Chris to
sportingly
throw first.
acknowledged
Game on.
by Chris Gilliland.
Say back in the day, you wouldn't have got that. You'd have been snarled at by your opposition, going, "You what? That's the way you want it, is it?"
100.
Yeah, blistering start. And he build on it.
I remember an Eric Bristow comment. He said, all these people
140.
well done, chum, and cuddling after the game. He said, I can't think of anything worse. I can't stand it. Well, I do like to see it. I like to see genuine sort of like there with Chris, where he appreciated what a great leg of darts that was to open up a semi-final.
Yeah, absolutely. Started 140. This is relentless stuff
99
from Littler at the moment. Did make me laugh. I'm watching I can't remember which match it was, but it was Vincent van der Voort against
45.
Cammy Menzies, and Cammy was trying to give him a cuddle, and Vinny was like, "Get away from me."
It was like hand in the chest. You
Yeah.
were into my
Rugby hand, just handing him off, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was. You're coming into my personal zone. It is not happening. This is my zone around me. You are not coming within.
60.
I don't think you'll
Look, you require
you'll meet
170.
more honest guy than Vinny either. He has no filter.
100.
Down to 70 after 12. Chris is going to have to find, you'd think, another treble.
100. Look, you
He's been
require
wonderful
70.
on the ton plus outs, but not sure that's going to be enough pressure. Well, that's a happy accident. Tops.
Double checking.
Game shot the second
We know
leg.
where that one's gone.
Luke Littler.
It's a breaker throw here. A 2-0 lead for Littler.
Third leg, it's Luke to throw first. Game on.
Don't really like to talk about averages too early, but sometimes it's an example of what kind of start a player's made to a match.
58.
And there's opening two legs. 11 and 15 darts, an average of over 115. Pretty much unplayable.
40.
You may have noticed, you may not, but one thing that Chris Gilliland does, depending on what shirt he wears, the colour of stem and flight match them.
137.
No, I hadn't noticed it, to be honest. I had not noticed it.
Yeah, he does it all the time. He puts an orange one on, he'll go for the orange stems and flights. I love it.
I've never been able to do that. I've never been able to do that. I remember my first time I got picked for England, I had a set of England flights made with the Scotty dog on and this, that and the other, and I walked to the board and Scott Waits was there. He said, "What are you doing?
99.
You pink." I said, "Well, I thought I'd give these a go." And he said, "No, don't change anything. Do not change."
No, I didn't change anything in my setup for probably 20 years.
135.
Starting to find the range now. Is it going to be too late for him? And
137.
That just keeps that pressure on. We remember the power tailor talking about keeping your opponent under pressure and keeping your foot on his neck. And
yeah, well, you feel, not being overly dramatic, but the way to explain it is they're just sort of suffocating you.
153. Look, you require
do?
70.
Give me a go. Oh, darting deja vu.
$50. Because you require 33.
He has missed.
There's good pressure from Gilliland. He now has to finish this.
$21.
Right on the
Look,
money.
you require 20.
Just not between the wires. Double 10 for 3-0. That's a wild one.
Game
More
shot
like
the
it.
third leg. Luke
I call it
Littler.
a safe one. That was the safe one.
Let's just get him one out there.
Fourth leg, it's Chris to
Nothing
throw first.
stupid.
Game on.
Let's have a safe one in the region and then go at it like a bull in a china shop with the next two. You see so many silly darts where you hit a treble 15. I did it here last. I think I hit a double 13 going for a double 4 or something. It was stupid dart. Just chuck it out the way.
134.
Again, good visit.
83.
Gilliland, and the response from Littler is equally as good and just keeps that pressure applied.
Gilliland, and all the time I've known him, never goes away. Never goes away. He's like a terrier on your heels. He never goes away.
Averaging 88.53. Littler 105.92.
118.
He was thinking of 174 there, but I would have preferred to stay there. And if you were thinking about that, maybe go over to the 54 with dart 3. And he's thinking about 133 to leave 36.
129.
The
Look, you're
option to change
147.
tact with final dart after finding 2 treble 19s. They're looking good to hold and get a leg back.
93. Which you require
Again,
40.
pressure has been applied.
And the wire on that one. Is it too close?
The way his darts
No
lay
score.
down, he had to go. Well, you can see there.
You require
couldn't-
54.
Half the double was masked.
Even though he uses a slim flight, and you feel it's all over now.
Ooh, next door.
46. Which you require 40.
Reprieve. Will it be gratefully received? Double 5.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Chris Gilliland.
Wipe of the brow. So a couple of match darts for Luke.
Fifth leg, it's Luke to throw first.
For 4-0.
Game on.
And that was a massive, massive dart. A massive nerve-holding dart. Because the easiest thing to do there at 3-0 down was to miss that.
134.
Yeah, or go well inside because you just sort of overly commit.
Shows you what he's about. Can't beat a bit of
100.
character.
No, absolutely not.
122.
1-3-4, followed by 1-2-2. And a leg that will take him into the final, an anticipated final.
85.
Two of the very best players here this week. Two of the very best players in Super Series history.
140.
Going to be duking out for £5,000.
97. Look, you require 105.
Double top for the match.
85.
He hasn't been that prolific on tops this evening.
No. He pinned it. First start in the opening leg. I'm thinking, here we go then. Going to see a bit of an exhibition.
79. Look, you require 20.
To end with an average in excess. Ooh. I'm going to say in excess of 106.
No score. Because you require 140.
Now come tumbling down to 102.
That's what those missed darts do to you, mate. And you.
How often do we know that when we've been playing Super League and we're dart counting, going, oh, I'm on a 35, and oh no.
Yeah.
Woke up with a 28.
Look, you require
Absolutely.
20.
What shoulda, woulda, coulda. That's what we go at the bar.
Game shot out
It
of the
is
match.
Luke Littler
Luke Littler.
with a 16 darter who seals the deal. A very, very good week for Chris Gilliland, making the semi-finals. But Luke Littler just too strong on this occasion in the semi-final. An end average of 101.23 despite missing 8 darts at a double. Well, it was the final we expected. And it's the final we're gonna get after a short break. It will be Andy Barton's against Luke Littler.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we do indeed have the final that we've all been expecting. We're going to build up to that a little bit in a moment, Mace, but first a little bit of a reflection. In fact, I'll get just one thought on what we've seen in those semi-finals, because, I mean, it's been written in the stars, hasn't it, that?
Yeah, and as we anticipated in the first real knockout matches they've both played this week, they've both found a bit of another gear at times. Luke Littler just looked irresistible there, and he's going to have to find form of that similar level to defeat Andy Bartons in the final.
I've just been told Luke Littler has won the bull. That could be crucial, couldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. In a race to 4, it's a massive advantage. We've only got to look down our sheets that we have in the comms box to see how frequently a player on throw wins matches.
Right, quick reflection on the week so far, then starting with the winner of our checkout of the week. Another leaves the bullseye. Oh, it's absolutely marvellous from Luke Littler. But almost expected. Probably the expected outcome of that as well.
And I'm sure people were sort of wondering why, when there was obviously a 170 from Matt Clark, but on that occasion, David Cameron was leading that match 3-2, and it may have to have gone to stay in the tie. So yeah, the 170 gets it.
Yeah, it's been a fabulous week, but next week we are moving into week 9, and we've got another all-star cast, particularly that Group B, Fallon Sherrick, Nathan Gervin and Lucas Veinig, all who've won weeks either here or in Southampton. Yeah, absolutely, and you could end up with a combination of Andy Jenkins and Jelle Klassen in that Group B. It's going to be tough with whichever players end up in whichever group after that Group A, but you'd probably look at Lammen and Klassen as favourite, but Andy Jenkins been in some fine form. He won the tournament on Wednesday down the Phoenix, beating Luke Littler in the final, and he's won another tournament today. So Andy Jenkins is back, and he's got his tail up. So he says. Right, look, this week has been one of the best weeks we've ever had at the Super Series, but it's gearing up to be the best Champions Week we've ever had. Now, if we look at the weekly winners so far, and we're going to add to that either Luke Littler or Andy Bartons. Yeah, either one of those two is irrelevant. It's still just going to add to what already is a great lineup. Danny Lauby, who's got an A game that will pretty much rival anybody. Reece Robinson, I thought, was fabulous in qualification. Neil Duff, current WDF World Champion, a player that was desperate to make a Champions Week. That's job done. Colin Osborne, one of our most successful players here. Steve West, who's really finding some really good form of late. Barry Van Peer, one of those players that we talk about often as probably, if not the best, one of the very best not to currently have a tour card. Yeah, top of the Challenge Tour, and trust me, that Challenge Tour is just as tough sometimes as the Pro Tour. And last week, I thought Andy Bolton was just irresistible. Yeah, as have Andy Bartons and Luke Littler been this week. Now, one man who won't be at Champions Week, but was here this week, is Leonard Gates. And because we've had a bit of a quick-fire night, we can give you a little glimpse into the soldier with some quick-fire questions that he answered earlier in the week.
What age did you start playing darts?
Oh, wow. That's a good question. I don't know the age, but I know the year. 1994. Let's see, I was born in 70. 94, that's 20-something years, maybe 28.
What's your favorite song?
My favorite song? Oh, wow. Oh God, y'all asked me that one. I so many songs that are my favorite. But if I had to choose one, I would say Otis Redding, Dock of the Bay.
Who is your sporting idol?
Sporting idol. I would have to say Mo Vaughn.
If you win the lottery, what would be the first thing you buy?
Oh my goodness. The first thing I would buy, I'd probably buy a boat.
What would be your specialist subject on a TV quiz show?
Probably baseball. Baseball, yeah.
What is the one thing you couldn't live without?
I would have to say my mother, but unfortunately I don't have her anymore. But yeah, I would say my mother. Yeah.
What is your earliest sporting memory?
Oh, that's easy. Playing for the YMCA, that would be flag football.
What is your ideal night in?
Kicking back, sipping on a little drink, watching movies, maybe the movie The Hunt for Red October.
And bonus question, what's your favourite dance move?
My favorite dance move, I would call it, it's something I do, I call it the slide, where you just slide your feet and then you slide to the left and you slide to the right. So I call it the slide.
Don't worry, we won't be doing any sliding or dancing on the balcony here like Henry Deacon and Leonard Gates did. But he's a character, isn't he? Great to have him here.
Yeah, and massively important for the sort of evolution of the seniors game. You know, we've got the established names. Some are old enough that are still currently on the tour, and then a few of the players that, like Bob Anderson, decided to hang them up. So it's important we sort of get new names that can play and are eligible, that, you know, fans can sort of warm to, and he's certainly one of them. The reception he got at the Circus Tavern, and of course at the weekend in Yeovil, he's a great player and a great character.
He is, and maybe suffered a bit of a hangover from that victory in the World Seniors last weekend. I won't do the route to the final or anything like that. But yeah, looking ahead to tonight, Andy Barton's, Luke Littler, the final that everybody thought we would get is what we have got. Let's go through each player. Barton's first. He's been fantastic all week long.
Yeah, he's only lost a couple of games, hasn't he? And he avenged those this evening. Well, he avenged them obviously before in Group A, but yeah, he's been outstanding. The two players we picked out on Monday were these two, just because of the level they can play at. And this was a perfect example of what they've both been doing actively this week, finding themselves in a little bit of trouble, and then almost on that occasion producing perfection. And that's what they're both capable of doing. And it's no surprise that both of them have made the final. And you know, even tonight, he'd missed the 161 by the smallest of margins, and then takes out the 155 to reach the final. Yeah. Absolutely outstanding darts, which, you know, whatever angle you look at it to try and find fault, when you sort of start to look at it and think, well, maybe there's, and then he just goes and produces something like that 155.
Unassuming chap, isn't he? But he is playing spectacular darts.
Yeah, and I like his attitude. Myself and Scott Mitchell was talking about it in comms. He's not loading himself with pressure. You know, if I was playing as well as him, I'd be not telling you about winning this. I'd be telling you about winning the Worlds and getting a tour card. But he just simply says, look, we'll see. Well, and that's a great attitude, because it takes the pressure off.
Well, speaking of a good attitude, I mean, Luke Littler, for a 16-year-old, he's got that little bit of sort of youthful excitement about him, and he does funny things sometimes, but he's also very mature, isn't he?
Yeah, he's quite an old head on young shoulders, but he's also aware of just being a good player nowadays is, you know, not quite enough. You look at the PDC as a machine, but it's also a show business machine, and you know, your priority is to win. But if you can win in style and get the crowd on your side, it gives you a huge advantage. And
we saw just then that 9-dart attempt from Barton's. It actually came against Luke Littler. Littler could not get the better of him in Group A. No, and again, I wonder if that's the mentality and the approach. The one thing, even this early, that what I've learned from seeing him on 3 occasions now here at the Super Series, is when he has to really switch it on, he can find another gear. And we've seen that in match 1 tonight,
And then in the knockout stages, the bits in between when he knew he was in absolute control, he just does enough. He doesn't overly stress himself or overly stretch him, or overly stretch his ability. He's quite happy to just go through the motions, and then when he really needs to turn it on, he just flicks the switch.
Is it going to be that domination carried on for Barton's? Quick prediction, Barton's or Littler?
Well, I said Luke Littler at the start of the night, and there's no reason for me to change my mind.
Well, let's get the players on the stage. And the final of week 8 here in Series 4 of the MODUS Super Series is indeed Andy Barton's against Luke Littler. It's going to be a blockbuster. Chris Mason is going to join Scott Mitchell to commentate. And I will hand you over to our referee and MC for the final, Owen Binks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We are live on Sporty Stuff TV, and it's time to introduce the finalists. Would you please welcome to the stage the Beast from the East, Andy Bartons, and it's Luke the Nuke Littler.
Binks introducing the players to the stage. As we've heard, Luke Littler won the bull-up, so it'll be him who will take the honour of throw in that all-important first leg. Very interesting to hear that Barton's has the better of Littler this week.
Yes, 3 from 3 in Group A. He ran him close. He had match darts, but couldn't put him away. And I'm not going to read too much into that because other players also had the better of Luke this week. Not in the dominance that Andy Barton's had, of course, but
First leg, it's Luke to throw first. Game
this
on!
Is a completely different match entirely. This is for £5,000 and a place in Champions Week, where the winner walks away with £20,000. And our current Champions Week champion is the man that's just popped in a 140, Luke Littler. He's aiming to become
85.
the first player to defend that title.
And after these first 6 darts,
whoa,
who would bet against that, Mace? What a start. How old did we say he was again? Way beyond his years,
100.
This one.
He is an extraordinary talent. Of course, the women's game
57
has its equivalent, doesn't it, in Bo Greaves.
$140.
Yeah, it does indeed.
124.
Ball.
92.
I like that. Doesn't go for it. Good ball management. And again, good maturity.
85. Look, you require 32.
Here we go then.
Game
First
shot
leg.
First leg. Luke Littler.
That's to Luke Littler with the throw. 13 darter to open up.
Second, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Here's the attraction these two have. Everybody staying on to watch this highly anticipated
100.
final. Luke Littler, who's come out the blocks firing.
134.
And he's still firing.
$95.
180. We just can't talk in here. There's nothing to talk about. We're just watching in awe, aren't we?
Yeah. It is really pretty to watch. It's so fascinating to watch a player so young who, well, has the darting world at his feet.
140. Look, the requirement 53.
Not even anywhere close to being the finished article. However,
33. And he
that's a
requires
slip.
66.
Here's a chance for Andy. Take one back. Maybe put a bit of a dent
26.
in the confidence of Littler.
Look, you require 20.
What's it going to be? Back to back, 13 dart legs.
You have to say Barton's put scoreboard pressure on Littler on that last visit and encouraged him to miss. But unfortunately, he himself, with that one dart chance, had missed as well.
Third leg, it's Luke
so now it's Littler 2-0 up.
Game on.
Running a not too shabby 115.62.
Identical to his average after 2 legs
96.
against Chris Gilliland in the semi-final.
$60.
It's going to be 3 and 3.
Whoa! 180.
Literally on the head of a pin nail.
60.
I think he enjoys this throw as much as he said he did in his interview. He's going to be enjoying it even more.
96. $29. Look, the require 129.
Well, many players would have too much an answer to this barrage.
89.
Again, on a double after 12.
60. Look, you require 40.
We are watching a very special game.
Third leg.
A very special young man.
Well, in each of the 3 legs, he's in at 180, and each of the 3 legs,
Andy to throw first.
he's completed the leg in 13 darts. The average 115.62.
58.
3 out of 5 on the doubles. Just every element of this performance
96.
is outstanding.
$59.
And if you're Andy Barton's, probably just wanting this to be over.
Yeah, he's just walked into something very, and you can just see how it's just that little bit of, it's just that measurement, isn't it? He's measured and he's taking just that little bit of extra caution.
135.
He's not throwing any darts away. He knows where every one of these is going. And here we go again.
180.
This is sensational from Luke Littler.
140.
Barton's
Look,
come back with a 140, but with this 45, oh, he's finally missed something. It's double 16, but he didn't miss for long. What an amazing final win from Luke Littler. A 4-0 win. His average 117.88. 5 180s. 4 out of 6 on the double. 66% on his checkout finishes. And only his highest checkout is 45. That's how well this boy scored. You've seen him here. back on this stage. He said earlier that it was a stage that he enjoyed playing on. Well, 117.88 tells me he really does love this place. We said about players enjoying venues, and we said that they will return and to continue to enjoy them, and this is exactly what Luke Littler has done. We will now head over to our presentation party.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please show your appreciation for your Week 8 winner, Luke Littler! And would you now please welcome to the stage to present the trophy, it's Chris Mason. Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your Week 8 champion, Luke Littler!
Congratulations if you get in between me and Chris here. There you go, mate. Just hold that mic. You've done it again. How does it feel to be holding that trophy on this stage once more?
Feels amazing. Obviously, I'm back at Champions Week, but I felt good in the semi-final. Slowed me throw down a bit, and then I've just done what I've done.
117.88 the average was in the final. How does it feel to hear that?
It's what I've done. Obviously I didn't miss much. I never obviously at the 13 and double 16 and 2. Then I would have broke the average, but I'm in Champions Week again.
You backed him all night, didn't you?
Yeah, it was the joint high. Well, he had the joint highest average in a finals night, and he's completely smashed that by 8 points. It was a stunning performance, and it was something I picked on. You just looked like you were just a bit more measured in the semi-final, like you were almost conscious of building up to a performance of that level. Is that how you felt?
Yeah, well, obviously, first 2 games, obviously I do use short stems, but it does get hot in there, and my darts do slip, so I go to a longer stem, and obviously it's worked out.
Andy Barton's, you played him in Group A 3 times. He beat you every time. He nearly hit a 9-darter in the last leg against you at one point. So to go into that match and just dismiss him like that, did you have a little bit of a revenge on your mind?
Well, I was just thinking it's a first of all, out could happen. And obviously I've just pulled that out of the bag and got the job done.
Do you have a different mentality? You seem to have taken to this format very well, the group side of it, the fact that you want to win every game, but there's no point getting stressed if you don't. Yeah, in these knockout stages, you just seem to find another gear.
Yeah, well, obviously it's been a long week. Obviously I didn't want to play Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, but obviously it's what I had to do. Andy played amazing, and happy to get my revenge on him.
And you've got another long week coming up, back for Champions Week, of course. It's 3 weeks here, 3 wins. How confident are you feeling about being the first person ever to defend the title?
Well, obviously I'll be going into it as obviously I'm playing well. Obviously I've got a development tour in a few weeks, and obviously I'm second in that, so my mindset will be on the development tour, and then once Champions Week comes around I'll be focused on that.
Well, we'll let you go and celebrate. Congratulations, Luke. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, for Luke Littler. Take that away with you. I'll turn the mic off. Chris, he is a really, really special talent, isn't he?
Yeah, it's remarkable how he, at a young age, he has an ability to switch it on. It was something we sort of started to notice as the week went on. And
I think they've noticed as well.
Yeah, and more so tonight. There was that little bit of extra care taken in the final. Far more measured performance, really thought about exactly what he was doing, and just the way those 180s were hit. He hit 5 180s in 4 legs, 1 in each of the 3, 2 in in the final leg of the match, and just clinical in every department. One blip that he got away with, and then just completely brushed Andy Barton's aside.
This is a question that I've really tried to avoid asking you, but now we've seen him do that, the highest average we've ever had in this venue. How good can he be? What can he go and achieve?
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing that we've discussed before. He's not even the finished article. He's 16. He's going to mature. His match play will mature. He will understand his own body more. listen, that he's got the world of darts at his fingertips. You know, we've got two very special talents in darts right now, and they're both effectively kids, Bo Greaves and Luke Littler.
And do you think he'll be favourite to win on Champions Week?
On the back of that, it's hard to say no. He's not going to be, but there's a lot of players in there. You know, the problem he's starting to get a target on his back, and we've got some seriously experienced players already in that group. But yeah, for me, on what he continues to do, you know, he's unbeaten in here in terms of weekly wins and Champions Week. He's for me just about the favourite.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an incredible week, an incredible display, and capped off with the most remarkable final performance we've ever seen here at the Super Series. We are going to do it all again from 9:30 a.m. on Monday, so do join us on Sporty Stuff TV and the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. But here, well, it was a hat-trick for Luke Littler, who are massive. He has a massive, massive future in this game. We'll see you next week.